Good to go? All right, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the reconvened Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of June 16th, 2022, reconvening from June 8th and June 15th, 2022. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. As such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. Committee members participating by electronic means are also reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, video must be enabled in order to confirm quorum. Any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for that portion of the meeting. Members are also asked to please advise the clerk if they need to leave the meeting. If a committee member loses connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. Staff contact information has been circulated. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Members of the public who wish to participate are encouraged to submit comments online or participate by telephone. Members of the public are strongly encouraged to attend remotely. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Fry in the chair. Mayor Stewart is on a leave of absence. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova, not here. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe, not here. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bligh is on a leave of absence. Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Vice Chair Fry.
Thanks, Clerk. All right, plan for the day. We have items 11 to 13 on the agenda to hear from speakers, followed by debate and decision. We'll break for dinner at 5 p.m. and return at 6 p.m. If an additional day is required, the meeting will reconvene on Thursday, June 30th, 2022 at 3 p.m. Finally, I'd like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendments by using the council meeting amendments DL. Okay, so before we begin, I'd like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments, should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. Council members, of course, have up to 3 minutes to ask questions of the speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speaker list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. And I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. All right, our first item today is item 11, emergency actions to protect SRO tenants from displacement to save lives. Members' motion B5, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Swanson and seconded by Councillor Carr. We will now hear from speakers on this motion, and our first registered speaker is Sarah Blythe. Sarah Blythe?
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Okay. Then our next registered speaker is Wendy Peterson, Director, Downtown Eastside SRO Collaborative Society. Speaker number 2, Wendy Peterson.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Hi, Wendy.
Hello.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi. Hi. Okay. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Wendy Peterson. I live and work in the downtown east side of Vancouver, and I've been speaking to councils on this SRO issue since the year 2005. And today I'm representing the SRO Collaborative. We're a tenant-based organization in the downtown east side that works with tenants to improve both habitability and affordability safety, health, and sense of community in the privately owned SROs. We are in favor of motion B5. Why are we here now after now asking for another measure to protect tenants from speculation and homelessness when you just passed vacancy control? Council plugged a major leak with vacancy control, and we can see now where the other cracks are gushing. Since January of 2022, we lost 3 hotels, and we're about to lose a 4th. One by fire, one that's about to convert to a tourist hotel next to St. Paul's, and that's the Cobalt Hotel, and 2 more emptied out and are changing their tenant profile. This week, Councillor Fry heard about a 5th hotel near the Cobalt. And thank you for your work, Councillor Fry, for meeting with the tenant and including me. I've also learned of a potential 6th hotel that's emptying that needs investigation. So this is getting close to 500 rooms in the first 6 months of 2022. So why should Council take more action to mitigate this right now, even though it's so close to the election? This is a huge number of people affected in a very short time, which is a bad sign. Imagine the Japanese language hall. The hall holds 400 people sitting tightly together. We wouldn't fit all of these people into that hall. I'm sure some had managed to rehouse themselves, but they're taking up valuable spots that could be used for people who are homeless. I know I've met people who were headed to shelters and parks, and council knows the cost of that to taxpayers and in terms of street disorder. So the second reason to take action is we don't have enough replacement housing coming on stream. Councillor Swanson showed me a slide recently from council that indicates only 550 social housing units were completed over the last 8 years in the downtown east side. We're going to need more time to catch up with the replacement housing. This means that the SROs have become more important than ever. The third reason is these evictions are very difficult to prevent using the existing tools that we have available, that city has available and the province has available. It's very onerous for tenants in the downtown east side to use the RTB system to contest their own eviction. And it's complicated, but it's very difficult for us to fight this. We tried at the Lucky Lodge when it emptied out across the street from my place on Powell Street here. We tried the emotional, practical, and legal support, wraparound support for tenants. And even though they had daily help from us and from city staff and the RTB investigator, we couldn't stop that hotel from working to change its tenant profile completely, despite vacancy control being in place. And I think it's we need stronger tools, like an eviction freeze, which is the 4th recommendation on your list for your motion today. So just to sum up, you've been the best council on SROs since I've been coming to City Council starting in 2005. I really appreciate how much you've worked on this. I know you're all interested to support a longer-term vision for the SROs, and I'm frankly so discouraged that this is happening because the meter is ticking and we're very close. And the word about we need to get our plan in place and get the word out about investments in rehabilitation for SROs, that word is not out there to the landlords yet, and the planets are going to start falling out of alignment. All the more reason we need the strongest holding measures possible in place right now. If you don't take action now, I know when you're back in council after the election, you'll look back 12 months from now, you'll regret that you hadn't put the wheels in motion now. I'm probably running out of time, but I have some thoughts on lobbying the province around stronger, in quotation marks, rate of change mechanisms if there's still time to talk. Okay, well, one of them is ask the province to declare the housing and homelessness situation to be an emergency in the downtown east side, as it truly is. And they could reenact their eviction freeze under the Emergency Act until there's a plan in place, but make sure that eviction freeze has some teeth with some penalties like vacancy control has.
Thanks, Wendy. That is your time. But
okay.
You do have questions from councillors on the queue. So
okay.
First up, Councillor Kirby. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Wendy,
I have a question. You mentioned that there's been some alarming kind of emptying out in the last few months, and it was only recently that council enacted the vacancy control. Do you think that there's a link there? Do you think that that's causing it? And if they think that additional measures are coming, like this one, that it's actually having a negative unintended consequence? What are your thoughts?
Uh, yeah, it's really tricky. I think probably the Lucky Lodge and the Vogue Hotel, there was a race there to empty those buildings out while vacancy control is getting into place. I can't speak to the landlord's motivation, but I think having really low-income tenants who they know can't navigate the RTB has been an asset for some landlords for some time, knowing that they can flip the buildings to as a fixer-upper with a rent gap potential to new owners. So it might have influenced their desire to empty out these buildings and flip the tenant profile.
Yeah, so just looking ahead, because I've limited time, are you worried with this measure, that it's a public discussion that we're having, take a little while to implement it, that we're going to see another rush and that people are just not going to want to? I mean, I know that we're trying to strike that balance and these buildings need to be kept up and people need decent living standards, but are you worried that people are just going to get out of it altogether and we're going to actually decrease the stock? I mean, that's like looking ahead, right?
Yeah, well, the other two buildings, the Cobalt and the Ivanhoe, that are close to St. Paul's, I think there's another different kind of a forcive mechanism there, and that's because the SRA bylaw isn't strong enough. So you need to work on making sure that conversion fee actually represents what it costs to build a new social housing unit, and because there's groups with big deep pockets there that are wanting to put tourist hotels. I think I've heard yesterday at the Chinatown meeting that there's somebody planning a hotel in Chinatown. So I think those forces too need to be mitigated, and you have to have a tighten it up so that tenants get a new unit before they're moved out. So these guys with deep pockets need to wait until the tenants get a brand new unit. And if that takes 5 years because it's expedited and they're paying for it, that's great. I think the goal is to hold the stock in place and hold people in place until there's a plan. The three levels of government I can see are working on something. We're meeting with them. It's going to take some time to unfold. I don't think you want to wait, and it might take some time to unfold. So try to get some extra strong measures to plug these other holes in place as soon as you can. I wouldn't remove vacancy control. It's working well.
I can't see my time.
That's your
I'm
time,
relying on
Councillor
Councillor
Kirby-Young.
Fry, but I feel like that's it. Yeah, thank you.
That's your time. But we have more questions from Councillor Carr.
Great. Thank you so much for coming and all your work, Wendy. It's awesome. I have a question because some people have raised this with me. What do you think about the idea of charging the empty homes tax for empty SRO rooms?
I'd be really interested to know what the city staff have to say about that. That might help, but empty rooms haven't thought it through. So I would ask staff to respond to that and think through what the potential negative consequences could be on the current tenants. I think the strongest thing that we could have right now is the eviction freeze. It worked really well during COVID. And if it had a little bit more teeth to it and the RTB was monitoring it, I think that's the best thing you could do as an interim measure until we get a plan in place for the SROs.
Okay. That's helpful. Appreciate that and your wisdom around these issues. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, hi, Wendy. Did you want to say anything else about rate of change mechanisms that you've been thinking of? Or was that it with the eviction freeze?
Well, for sure. I think the eviction freeze is the number one. Also raising the conversion fee and making sure that tenants have a next new place to move to before the conversion happens for those landlords with the deep pockets. Yeah, the other ones could be, it's a bit weaker, but we could recommend that the province put some funding towards monitoring the situation. I know the city staff are monitoring, but the community often sees these things before the staff and alerts the staff, so we don't have any resources to do that. Not to say that that would stop it, because even if we throw our arms in the gears, it doesn't stop the process once it starts, because the RTB is pretty weak. The eviction notices could be registered. The landlord could register them at an outreach office in the downtown east side. And if there were really strong penalties against not registering eviction notices, that could help at least tip off the city that this is about to happen. I think if there's any future benefits, landlords should know that if there's future benefits coming to them, they have to maintain the tenant profile in their building. Otherwise, they're not going to be eligible for any new programs that are coming. And I don't think that word is out there. And obviously buying the buildings ASAP is key, but there's a lot to buy. And there's this, we're talking half of the households in the downtown east side live in SROs, half of the households. And not all of those are owned by BC Housing. The majority are privately owned. That's a lot of people we're dealing with. So it's going to take some time to implement a rehabilitation and acquisition program in these buildings. So you need stronger holding measures. Otherwise, there's nothing, you're going to be able to do. 12 months from now, you won't have people there, as many people there. That's it, Jean.
Just briefly, what are some of the techniques that landlords are using to get rid of tenants?
We're seeing them use a combination of harassment and payouts. So harassment, like having people knock on your door every day, all day long, yelling at you, telling you you have to leave, telling you that misinformation, threatening you. We have evidence of all of that, hardcore evidence. But, the tenant often prefers, even the biggest, toughest guys, put it that way, who don't have a lot of things that can be used against them, put it that way, leave. Because of they don't want the harassment in their home. And there's also Councillor Swanson, our Councillor Fry heard the other day, we were on the phone together with a tenant at the Ivanhoe, and the tenant just felt like he could handle it himself. And he missed all of the windows at the RTB to fight it. And so there was nothing he could do.
So that's,
navigating the RTB system is really difficult.
Wendy, that's Councillor Swanson's time, but I've actually added myself to the queue as well to just follow up on that. And thank you for your help the other day on that particular file. And yes, he didn't follow through either. So what I want to ask you is, how can we better support tenants? Because this is such complicated work, and it involves having to go physically to an office. And what can we do better to support tenants in their knowledge and their rights?
We're doing that, and I'm saying we gave wraparound support, 24/7 support at the Lucky Lodge, and we couldn't prevent the smart, tough, intelligent guys from taking the buyout and caving into the harassment. So it's just really difficult, I don't want to waste my time really doing that, because like I said, throwing yourself in the gears. We can't do that in the community. It's not working. Once these landlords decide that they're going to make the move, they go for it. And I think the only thing that can be of use is a regulatory measure. I mean, all of the other education, little mitigating efforts that we do is important. Right now, the collaborative is focused on heat dome and overdose deaths, and the long-term vision and plan for the hotels, the organizing, all of that helps. We could have a fleet of advocates, legal advocates. You'd need a lot in terms of making a difference. When I used to take on one case, it would take me 2 weeks just to gather evidence and to lay out the evidence package to win and give that tenant enough emotional, practical support to win. And that's a lot of time to put in just for one tenant.
Yeah, no, I can definitely appreciate that, and I appreciate the work that you do in that capacity. What do we need to do with SROs insofar as how we define them in our bylaws relative to the sort of housing typology that we now see being kind of occupied by students or construction workers or people with, you know, more means?
Well, I guess the form of SROs as the housing of last resort before homelessness, it's needed. We have to protect it for the people who are about to become homeless because we don't have anything else.
So
Nothing. We don't have the number of replacement housing coming on stream. As a typology, unfortunately, we're going to have to keep it, and eventually we can phase it out. But it's, you know, I don't think we have any other choice. It's that or the parks and shelters right now.
Yeah, no, thank you for the work you're doing, and I hope you're feeling better. That's it for questions in my time, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker, and that is Fiona York, speaker number 3.
Hello?
Hi, Fiona.
Hi.
You're,
Sorry, I'm just going to...
you're on live.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
So I'm speaking in favor of motion B5 about added protections for SROs. I've worked in the downtown east side for over a decade with various organizations, and I also work with CCAP on the last 2 hotel reports which document the state of SROs in the downtown east side. And I strongly agree that SROs and low-income shelter rates need to be strongly protected, that units need to be self-contained, dignified, and adequate, and there should be an eviction freeze. Over the last number of years, housing unit numbers, homelessness, and housing availability have been impacted by shuffling people from building to building, insufficient protections from rent increases and landlord harassment and poor maintenance, frozen wait lists, and going from crisis to crisis. And the impacts of this are seen in tent cities, where I've worked in volunteers for almost 4 years. A former tent city resident who was displaced from the Winters Hotel fire recently commented that homelessness is now at an all-time high, and more people will be looking for a place to shelter as a result of the fire that displaced over 70 people. At that time, people sheltering in Crab Park were being forcibly relocated into an even smaller area, all the while homelessness numbers were actually increasing. The 2021 encampment memorandum and the park board orders over the last year were all predicated on the claim of having sufficient suitable housing, but for many people that means safe and self-contained units with kitchens and bathrooms, and this will never happen, and housing will never catch up if social housing developments are rolled into market housing or commercial development without stringent penalties and preventative measures. This former Winters Hotel tenant also stated that displaced tenants only received $250 to cover all of their belongings, and that rooms should be equipped with at least a fridge, which was promised but not delivered. He says that low-income housing needs to have cooking. Do they expect everyone to eat out on a small budget? And Wi-Fi is supposed to be in all BC housing buildings. The Winters didn't have it, and here they're still in the process of getting it, and no one knows anything. In the last 4 months, besides the Winters Hotel, 3 other buildings closed and tenants were relocated into already inadequate numbers of units. The Holiday Inn on Howe Street, the Hi-Ho Hostel in Burnaby, which were designed to be temporary, relocated all of their tenants. The London Hotel, which had 100 rooms, also closed and relocated all of their tenants. The city didn't complete a homelessness count over the last 2 years because of COVID, but acknowledged that numbers actually increased even though over 300 new units were open in 2021. And relocating residents from one building to another within this existing low-income housing stock pushes hundreds of people further down the waiting list. Another former tent city resident said regarding relocating tenants from one destroyed building into another, the space is already allocated. Those people should be rights by giving their homes back. I'm in favor. Even if not those people, it should go to those who need it. It's right there. It's where the homeless are. Everything is just blocks away here in this community. The ripple effects of the closure of the Balmoral and the region are still being felt in the community and in tent cities. And the ripple effects of the Winters fire will be the same, will be felt for many years, and we'll see it in tent cities and homelessness numbers on the street. A current resident of Crab Park Tent City says about the Winters Hotel, It's a chance for gentrification if it's not preserved as low-income housing, pushing poor people out of the area. All the support services that keep people alive are here. For every unit loss of affordable housing, there needs to be one built. Otherwise, you're losing ground. You just need to look at people on the street and know that we need more housing. And a longtime worker in a shelter says, whichever way you look at so-called new housing built to be rented at shelter rate, no one ever talks about how many units were lost permanently or temporarily during the same time. Nor does anyone talk about the holds BC Housing places on their wait list while they take care of emergencies such as rehousing those affected by building closures or tent city housing. Every time this happens, it means people who are shelter hopping, which is pretty much everyone because they have no other option if they want to sleep inside, in short-term emergency or overnight shelters are shunted further down the BC Housing wait list because you're counted as being temporarily sheltered. It's becoming more and more demoralizing. Why can't they just be honest and talk about replacement housing they bought online, how much actual new housing has been built? From the perspective of trying to find housing for people in shelters, the Balmoral closure was a huge turning point. Nobody is arguing it shouldn't have happened, but housing availability has never recovered. SROs are buildings of last resort, but people are already being priced out, and tenants are being pressured and displaced out of SROs by rising rents, over-policing building policies, and pressure tactics. I spoke to someone who had cycled rapidly through 3 buildings that charged more than $3.75 shelter rate. He was evicted from the most recent one within days of moving in after someone overdosed in his room. The landlord is keeping his rent money for the month, even though they only stayed in the room for 2 days, is now charging him $7.50 per day to keep his belongings, which they immediately packed up and moved out of his room. For all these reasons, I'm fully in support of amending the bylaws to ensure that there is adequate and prohibitive protection for all SRO units. Thank you.
Thanks, Fiona. Just stay on the line. You do have questions from Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, hi Fiona. I've got
Hi.
2 questions. The first is, do you expect that the number of people in encampments will be starting to grow this summer?
I know that there's a lot of people on the street and there's a lot of people who are homeless. I know that numbers have increased in the last month. Last night, 4 new people arrived in the tent city. The numbers fluctuate, but overall, they're increasing all the time. People are always needing a place to stay. They're cycled out of shelters. They're evicted. They're not able to find a place. So yes, I see overall numbers increasing.
Okay, thanks. And then the second question is, can you tell us what judges are saying in the last few encampment court cases about the requirement to provide suitable housing for people in encampments before telling them to move?
I think that kind of definition has been kind of refined or changed over the years. I think it was the Adams decision, they just talked about accessible shelter spaces, meaning shelter spaces where people can bring partners and pets and have storage. In the recent Prince George case, and in 2021, and then in the Crab Park decision in 2022, the judges were quite definitive about suitable space being something that people find safe and dignified. That usually is not an SRO. They don't necessarily talk about self-contained, but they do talk about something that is secure, that is well maintained, that is habitable, that might offer options for cooking and kitchen and washroom facilities. So basically something that is not necessarily, certainly not a shelter and not necessarily what SROs look like currently.
Okay, thanks Fiona, and thanks for all your work.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Fiona. That's all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And next on the list, speaker number 4, Eris Nix. Eris Nix?
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You're live.
Hello. Sorry, come again?
Oh, you're live. We hear you.
Oh, okay. Great. Hi, everyone. You'll have to forgive me for being less than eloquent and coherent as the saying goes, I've got too many shrimps in the fire right now. But I want to begin by acknowledging we're on stolen and unceded Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh territories, and grounding ourselves in this recognition, I'd like to state that it's important that we approach the SRO ecosystem quite carefully and through the framework of decolonization. This is because Indigenous folks are disproportionately represented in this housing sector, with 30% of tenants identifying as Indigenous, according to the most recent demographic study. Further, I'd like to note that SRO residents are not only facing a diminishing housing stock due to the displacement caused by redevelopment, but also high rates of death due to the drug toxicity crisis. These intersecting crises are impacting folks' health and social well-being, and thereby decreasing the life expectancy in the community that I call home. I'm the current director of harm reduction services with the SRO Collaborative, and primarily my department engages in SRO in-reach, naloxone training, harm reduction supports to buildings that lack any support. To this end, we travel to 6 to 10 buildings each week and regularly engage with tenants. These folks need our support, and they need strong protection of the flimsy rights that they do have, such as council's recently approved vacancy control. I'd like to speak in favor of this motion, and I'd like to approach it recommendation by recommendation in a pretty straight-ahead way, as I think these recommendations are pretty intuitive. First, I'd like to address recommendation A, which seems to me like common sense. Given the omnipresent danger of building destruction by fire, the cause of which I don't have time to get into right now, we wouldn't want to incentivize a fire as a loophole out of the redevelopment costs for properties under the SRA bylaw. Second, I'd like to address recommendation B, which is important as the current rate of replacement is set to $230,000 per unit, which is vastly lower than the city's estimate that it costs $500,000 to build one unit of social housing. Given the current rate of inflation, I think at bare minimum, council needs to tie the rate of replacement for units covered by the SRA bylaw to the actual cost of replacing that unit with a unit of social housing at the time of redevelopment. Moreover, I'd like to note that the majority of developers do have quite a bit of money, and in my opinion, they should honestly be paying enough to create double the amount of units they're destroying as they redevelop the neighborhood that I love. Third, I'd like to speak to recommendation C, as I'd like to point out that there are currently very little protections in place to aid tenants in finding suitable housing if their building is going to be redeveloped, and that redevelopment funds do not guarantee immediate housing for tenants of the building that is to be redeveloped. Let's take the example of the Cobalt Hotel, which has 98 rooms and is up for development. As things stand right now, when the building is demolished, the tenants will be shuffled from their long-term homes into other unfamiliar SROs, places where they won't know their neighbors, or even worse, onto the street if adequate housing is not available. It is of my opinion that folks deserve to have housing that feels like home and deserve protections of their rights and not to be treated in a subhuman kind of way. Finally, in regards to recommendation D, an eviction freeze remains a vital and important element to bolster tenants' rights under vacancy control. In this regard, I believe that the examples of the Vogue and the Lucky Lodge, which were emptied in efforts to repopulate them, illustrate the consequences of having a bite of vacancy control without the bark of controlling full tenant repopulation and displacement of marginalized groups of tenants in favor of folks from outside the neighborhood who may have fewer barriers to accessing housing, yet who have no history with the building that they are about to move into. In general, I think that's, motion to be quite intuitive, and that's it. I'm in support of it. Thank you for your time. Am I just down on mute? Hello?
Sure, your mic's not on. Mic's not on.
My bad. Sorry, Aris Nix, my mic wasn't on. Thank you for joining us. And you have no speakers. You covered your points well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So And thanks, City Manager, for pointing out the obvious that my mic wasn't on. Speaker number 5 has withdrawn. Speaker number 6, Richard Schwab, Board of Directors from the SRO Collaborative. Is Richard Schwab on the line?
Speaker 6 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 7, Michelle Travis.
Hi, good afternoon. You can hear me?
Hi, Michelle. Yep.
Hi, great. My name is Michelle Travis, and I live in Vancouver, and I'm also the research director for Unite Here Local 40, which represents hospitality workers in Vancouver and across BC. On behalf of Unite Here Local 40, we support this motion. Local 40's history is actually tied to many of the city's SRO buildings, which started as places to house and feed workers, travelers, and newcomers to the city. And while many of these have been converted and closed over the years, we continue to have members at places like the Ivanhoe and the Grand Union and other workplaces and SRO buildings. And some of our members serve meals to low-income adults at Evelyn Saller Center in the downtown east side. But I'd say most of our members work in hotels, typically owned by real estate developers. And it is real estate development that's contributed to housing and affordability that drives workers further out of the city they work in. It's also one of the factors that drives displacement of SRO tenants. We urge Council to approve this motion because we think the city is grappling with an emergency and needs more tools to curb the rapid loss of SROs. And it's urgently needed for these reasons. One, SRO rooms continue to be lost more quickly than they can be replaced. The loss of the Vogue, the Lucky Lodge, the Winners Hotel means fewer SRO units for those who desperately need housing. And this has caused some tenants to be relocated into units that may otherwise have housed the homeless. So we asked the city, what is the city's plan to deal with other unexpected losses of SRO units, of which are likely before the SRO acquisition and rehabilitation planning process is underway? 2, with the development of St. Paul's Hospital, relatively cheaper real estate nearby fuels real estate speculation that could displace low-income tenants. SRO tenants are living in the heart of downtown and in prime locations, like the Vogue Hotel on Granville, and are attractive to developers who have no interest in being landlords to low-income tenants. The Cobalt was recently bought by a developer who has posted plans on a company website which says, coming soon, 927 Main, and states the intention to develop a 20-plus story residential building and hotel at the site of the Cobalt and the Source Antiques building next door. The website suggests this could be coming as soon as 2023. As far as we know, the developer has not received any city approvals for this development. The developer also has an option to purchase the Source Antiques building next door, which used to be on the city's SRA list, and frankly should be returned to protect some of the current tenants there. So we wonder if the city is aware of the developer's plans, and if so, what will the city demand to protect those tenants? If the site is redeveloped, will tenants be offered housing on site? How can the city secure housing for tenants before a conversion permit is granted? And what guardrails will be in place to ensure tenants aren't forced out in the meantime? This is a developer that we're familiar with. A few months before the pandemic struck, the same developer's hotel arm acquired Pacific Gateway near the airport. Most of the workers were laid off when the developer decided to lease the hotel temporarily to the federal government to use as a quarantine site. Instead of agreeing to let workers return as the business came back, the hotel terminated 143 workers, about 70% of the staff, mostly women, many who had worked there for decades. So at a time when workers and their families were hard hit by a public health crisis, the developer did not look out for them. So we really strongly urge the city to look out for tenants at risk at the Cobalt and the Source building next door. Also, the city has increased the SRO conversion fee. The current amount of $230,000 per unit is still a relative bargain for developers looking to snap up SROs in prime locations. The price of dislocating vulnerable tenants should be high because the cost to the city to find replacement housing is high. The city paid nearly $400,000 per room when it bought the Days Inn on Kingsway last year. The province paid $500,000 per room for the Howard Johnson on Granville. And meanwhile, the cost of new construction is very high. Then there are the costs that are harder to calculate, the negative impacts of forced relocations that has on SRO tenants. There should be greater disincentives for real estate transactions that upend the lives of our city's most at-risk residents. That's why the city should further increase the conversion fee to pay for the actual costs of rehousing affected tenants. And 3, SRO tenants are no match for the forces of real estate development. The city should further strengthen the SRA bylaw to ensure tenants can be rehoused before conversion permits are granted. In the meantime, having the city advocate for an emergency eviction freeze until the SRO acquisition and rehabilitation process is fully engaged would provide more protection for at-risk tenants. And finally, I do want to say we do commend the council and the city staff for the steps that you've taken to protect SRO tenants in recent years. But it does seem the city needs more mechanisms in place to stop the rapid displacement of SRO tenants. And this motion will enable the city to explore those tools to staunch the loss of more SRO units and protect people who need them. It would also support the city's goals to prioritize equity, health, and inclusion for all. Thanks.
Thank you. And thanks, Michelle. You do have a question from Councillor Swanson. I'm just going to hold everything for 1 second until we re-achieve quorum in the room, though. So just hold the line 1 second. We'll have a question from Councillor Swanson. Okay, and we have quorum. Councillor Swanson, questions?
Yeah, thanks for phoning in, Michelle. I wonder if you could tell us about the place next door to the Cobalt. Were you saying that they have permanent residents and should probably be paying the SRO conversion fee too if they become part of this new developer's hotel?
Yeah, the building next door is the Source Antiques building, and it was on the SRA list they got an exemption back in 2009 and one of the conditions is that they're not supposed to be permanent residents living in the building. And we're aware of at least one person we know has been there for 2 years. We understand there may be other folks who have been in there for some period of time. So, and it's something we've contacted the city about just to say, look, we understand there are folks living there. There's a question there about whether they're in violation of their SRA exemption. But I do think if you've got folks living there and that they've been there for some time, and we also understand one of those folks is in the process of being evicted. So it raises, some red flags, and we really think the city should, make sure that if there are folks who are living there, that they should be protected, and they should, particularly with a development coming. So it's very concerning.
Okay, thanks. And you're also saying that since this developer wasn't treating his workers very good out by the airport there, you might infer that he wouldn't be treating the tenants very well.
I think it's just, if you want a bit of background on this particular developer, I think it's worth understanding. Look, here's a situation that happened, on the hotel arm that this developer owns. I think that, and given that it happened during the pandemic, I think, you're in this situation, you're dealing with folks who are, don't have other places to go to. And I think it just would be very concerning to have this developer act as a landlord. And I'm sure the city is, looking into, all sorts of things, but it's a caution. It's something we think that the city should be cautioned of and should be, aware of.
Okay, thanks so much, Michelle.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. No further questions. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks. Mm-hmm.
Right. Next speaker is speaker number 8, Gillian Ratcliffe. Speaker number 8, Gillian Ratcliffe.
Speaker number 8 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 9, Russell Maynard. Speaker number 9, Russell Maynard.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Russell. Little background noise there, but we got you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to walk away from the construction. Yes. So thank you. Thank you for the time to speak, and thank you to the council. There have been some outstanding presentations, so I won't repeat anything. I wanted to introduce just the idea of how crucial the points being made are. I'm speaking for PHS, Community Services Society. We run 2 shelters in Vancouver and 2 more in Victoria, and we're always oversubscribed. And I'd like to share with everyone what it feels like to be working at a shelter and have to turn people away. It's a lot more palatable in your mind this time of year, but imagine when it's 0 degrees out and pouring rain and that kind of thing. And so I won't belabor council's time. I think everybody really understands the crisis, and because of that gravity and that crisis, I'd just like to introduce the idea of eminent domain, which is used all the time. It was just recently used in North Vancouver on the North Split, the expansion of the upper levels highway there at the bridge. And so it's something that everybody in society recognizes the value of when needs outweigh, the collective needs greatly outweigh the individual needs. I'm not proposing that this is an eminent domain issue per se, but I do think that there's a framework there in the values and the logic of eminent domain in terms of the SRO bylaws and what they mean to the housing situation, which is a crisis here in Vancouver. And that was kind of the contribution I wanted to make to this conversation, is to reframe the crisis in a legal framework that is recognized all over North America and all over Canada, and to frame this crisis in that kind of a light. And what can we do to ensure we are as close to zero in terms of losing housing stock that everyone, I think, agrees is a housing stock of last resort. And so how can we do that? And I wanted to introduce that idea of eminent domain and the values that underpin that. And thank you, everyone, for your time.
And thank you, Russell. Thanks for phoning in. You do have a question from Councillor Swanson, so please stay on. Councillor Swanson? Councillor Swanson?
Sorry. Russell, you're speaking on behalf of PHS?
Yes, that's correct.
So does PHS turn people away from shelters because of lack of space? Do you have to do that?
Yes, and I want to make clear that we are always over prescribed. So if a shelter, for instance, for example, is a 50-unit shelter, there are 54 people or 50. I mean, we do everything we can to maximize our capacity. But yes, it's a regular occurrence for as many years as I can remember to turn people away. And I don't think that's anywhere near a unique situation to PHS.
So not only do we not have enough housing, we don't even have enough shelter space for people who want shelters.
Absolutely not. I mean, I was working under the assumption that that's common knowledge, but maybe it's not, and maybe it does need to be clarified.
Okay, I was hoping you would do that. So are you suggesting basically that we expropriate these hotels that are kicking people out?
Well, that's a very dramatic way to phrase it, because I think there are many, many options within an eminent domain framework, which is why I called it a framework. So that is one possibility, say on the right-hand side, and something more in the middle would be working something out. You know, so there's now a bylaw that makes it prohibitively expensive to change over a building and take away people's housing of last resort, but we're not taking away ownership and trying to work with the owners in a framework that buys time. And Wendy touched on this in her presentation. So I think there are a lot of creative possibilities on the continuum here. I think what we need to make a commitment to that's unambiguous and explicit is the goal of zero net loss of low-income, low-rent housing in the city of Vancouver until we can catch up.
Okay, that's great. Thanks so much for calling in, Russell.
All right, all the best, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Okay. And next speaker, speaker number 10, Emily Luba. Emily Luba, speaker number 10.
Speaker number 10 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Next is speaker number 11, Kathy Shimizu.
Hello.
Hi, Kathy. Can hear you.
Oh, Francie. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathy Shimizu, and I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I live and work on the stolen and occupied traditional territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and I am grateful to them for being able to live on their lands, and I support Indigenous sovereignty and struggles for justice. Sorry, I am running around. I am a member of the Japanese Canadian community and work at the Powell Street Festival and We Press, but I'm just here to speak on behalf of myself, and I'm calling to voice my strong support for this motion, calling for emergency actions to protect SRO tenants from displacement to save lives. I know that you've heard about the alarming rate of evictions that are happening in the privately owned SROs, and this motion outlines some of the crucial things we need in place in order to protect tenants and stop the increase in homelessness that is happening every day. I'm very grateful to Mayor and Council for the SRO rent control measures that you put in last year, but as you can see, they're only a piece of a very complicated puzzle, and we need City Council's help to slow the rate of change while we negotiate with senior levels of government for a plan to implement a new holistic housing model that is led by tenants in privately owned SROs. This is part of a much longer term plan to move those SROs into a community land trust that would allow them to eventually be replaced with new shelter rate housing with self-contained units. And the vacancy control helped with evictions so that at least evictions in order to raise rents between tenants was addressed, but now we see that evictions just to get different kinds of tenants and buildings is happening, and also the emptying of buildings in preparation for creating rooms connected to construction workers and staff at the new St. Paul site is already happening. So the increased homelessness we are seeing now means more challenges on the streets and, of course, increased costs to all levels of government. So we need the city's help to step in and also call on the province for help to do the things listed in the motion. I've spoken at council before and to many of you in person to talk about the work that community organizations and members are doing to create a tenant-led housing model. And these interim steps are essential to give us more time. And of course, recommendation A is really crucial, as we heard from other speakers. We need to ensure that the conversion fee for hotels that are lost due to fire is still paid. Otherwise, we can see how a new trend of fires in hotels could be a serious issue. And then in B, also the conversion fee should definitely be increased from the $230,000 per unit up to at least $500,000 per unit. But as Eric said, to the current cost of creating a new unit of social housing, it has to reflect the true cost of building one new replacement unit, and really developers should pay for 2 units for every one SR room, which would be closer to even $1 million conversion fee, because it takes so long to get new housing built and the costs just keep increasing. And the sale of the Cobalt Hotel to convert it to those units for St. Paul's workers, despite the conversion fee, just shows you the amount of the fee is no longer high enough to ensure that we don't lose low-income housing to developers. And that was the intention of the bylaw originally. So, and also we need a policy to ensure that tenants don't have to leave their unit until they're guaranteed a new unit of shelter rate housing, because they should be moved into housing that is technically, they shouldn't be moved into housing that is technically for people who have been on that waiting list for years already. They have to be moved into a new unit. And as Wendy mentioned, it would be really great if the city could advocate for the province for a temporary eviction freeze, or maybe the city can actually do that themselves. That worked really well during COVID, and this needs to be in place while we work on SRO replacement plans and the building of new units. And we need these additional measures in place to ensure tenants get to stay in their homes and these SROs while we work on these longer-term plans that require the province and the feds to step up and to build more new units of shelter rate housing while we implement our tenant-led holistic housing model. So, and overall, these policies will help save lives, help address the many concerns people have about issues in the downtown east side, especially by slowing the rate of homelessness. So I really hope you folks can help us out with this. And thank you.
And thank you, Kathy. No further questions, but thank you for calling in and making your points. They were well articulated.
Thanks.
Right. So moving on to The final speaker on the list, speaker number 12, Clint Randon. Speaker number 12.
Speaker number 12 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you, clerk. That is the end of our speakers list. So we're just going to go back and see if anybody that we missed is now available. Starting with speaker number 1, Sarah Blythe.
No.
Nope. Okay. Speaker number 6, Richard. Oh no. Richard Schwab, Board of Directors, SRO Collaborative.
Not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 10, Emily Luba.
No, not on the line.
And last, for one more time, speaker number 12, Clint Randon.
No, not on the line.
Great. Thanks, clerk. So that is the end of our speakers list, and thank you everyone who called in to speak to council. And now we can move on, council, if we have any discussion. And I see Councillor Swanson is on the queue. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just sent in a quick amendment
Great. So
to the left.
can I move us over to an amendment Q1 then? And
It's just to the last part of the motion to make sure that the eviction freeze that we're calling for is just in the SROs.
sorry, one second, Councillor Swanson. Sorry, clerk.
We're just getting the amendment up on the screen. It will just take a moment.
Great. Thanks. All right, it's on the screen. Councillor Swanson, did you have anything else to say to this, or it's pretty self-explanatory?
No, it's pretty self-explanatory, I think. I should have done it this way to begin with.
Okay, then with no further speakers, we can move to a vote. And, I think I may be voting as Councillor. Sure, I think I'm voting, but. There we go, that works. Right, that passes with none in opposition. All right, back to the main queue. Councillor Swanson, we're back on the main queue.
I'm hoping we can pass this unanimously. I think all the speakers were great in what they said. We have an incredible homelessness crisis. Because we're losing the SROs so fast, the new housing that's coming on can't make up for it. And we have to stop it somehow. And this motion is 4 things that we're hoping can do that. Increasing the conversion fee, calling for an eviction moratorium. I think that's the most important right now. Making sure that the conversion fee applies to fires. And yeah, I think we just need to do this and see if we can protect the last little housing of last resort that we have, so that we don't have places like PHS turning away more and more people from shelters, and places like the Crab Park encampment growing and growing and growing. I think it was Fiona that mentioned all of the places that we've lost lately, like the London Hotel, some places in Burnaby, and then of course the Winters of Oak, the Lucky Lodge, and it looks like the Cobalt and the Ivanhoe are on the list. So if we keep losing these, we're going to have to, we don't have that many new social housing units in the pipeline to make up for them, and we just have to go for it.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. I'm just going to throw myself on the queue for a comment as well. Which is only to say that this week I was personally involved in a case with an old friend who's facing a rapid eviction. He was lucky to have a friend who's a city councillor was able to call Wendy Peterson and Stephanie Smith, who's a former housing advocate at First United, and figure out the route forward, but realizing just how challenging it is for folks who are living in SROs necessarily to advocate for themselves. And as we heard from Wendy Peterson, the capacity for even, groups that are really doing the excellent work like the SROC to do that, it's just overwhelming. This is a crisis of proportions that, we've been tracking other hotels that are clearing out concurrently, and they've been mentioned today. We're heading into a summer that could see even more, and we really need to move the dial on this file. I'm very supportive of Councillor Swanson's work on here. Cynically, I worry that it probably doesn't go far enough, but I hope that we send a signal with at least a unanimous support of this work that we really need to move faster, and we need the province running alongside us here and really urgently intervening before we have an even bigger crisis, because those hotels are being cleared out right now, and at the end of the day, even though that housing is the provincial responsibility, it's largely borne by the people, obviously, who are being thrown onto the street, but it's also borne by our city, and we need to turn the tide on this one. So, Councillor Carr, I see you on the queue.
I'll just quickly close. Thanks, Chair. And I was happy to second this motion. It is a crisis situation around housing, and thank Councillor Swanson for her work on this and the motions she forwarded. I just wanted to take note that that it really will require beyond the city in terms of resources, so federal and provincial, and legal action or changes in the SRA. The RTA guidelines provincially in order to create our ability to be able to be more proactive in terms of eviction freezes, for example. And rehousing people, the city can't do this alone. I think we really began to see a housing crisis in this country when in the 1990s, the federal government abandoned its financial investments into housing, including co-op housing. And they have stepped up to the plate in a few the more recent years. I just talked with the minister, and there is a definite commitment to step up to the plate even more, which I know we as a city really welcome, and I know everybody in this city concerned about the lack of sufficient affordable housing are absolutely keen to see.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Okay. And we can, seeing no further speakers, we can move to a vote. And I believe, well, that passes. I see Councillor Bligh isn't noted as absent. That passes with none in opposition. Thank you, clerks, and thank you, Councillor Swanson, for bringing this forward. Okay, now moving on, our next item is item number 12, moving climate goals forward with micromobility, members motion B6, which was moved by and introduced by Councillor Kirby Young and seconded by Councillor Fry. We will now hear from speakers on this motion. Our first registered speaker is Chris Schaefer.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, sorry, Chris. Yeah, I was just getting some instruction from the clerk there. So Chris Schaefer, VP Government Affairs, Bird Canada. Chris, if you could let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and I understand you have a slide presentation, so just let us know next slide when you'd like us to advance.
Sure. Is it okay if I begin now, Chair?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Councillors. My name is Chris Schaefer. I'm Vice President of Government Affairs at Bird Canada. I am not a resident of Vancouver, although I love the city. Next slide, please. A bit about Bird Canada, although I know many of you are familiar with us. We're first kilometer and last kilometer electric scooter sharing company. We are proud to be Canadian owned and operated. We operate in a number of municipalities across Canada, and Bird Rides, the essentially parent company that we use, their hardware and software, operates in over 350 cities globally. Next slide, please. I want to speak to you briefly about some things
Chris,
that you...
Chris, I'm just going to interrupt you 1 sec. We have a point of procedure from...
Yeah, sorry,
Carr.
thank you. I'm not seeing the slides projected on the public screen. I'm showing my public screen. Oh, they're there, but they're not shown on our computer screens. I'm not sure why not.
Okay, Chris, let's just hold on for a sec while we make sure that your slide is presenting to the public.
Sure, and if you need me to do it without the slides, I can be flexible as well.
And I'm
Yeah, we'll just do a quick tech check here and hold the line. I'm going to reset your timer, though, and we can start all over again when it comes to that time.
Sure.
Yeah, if we could just take a short recess, we can take a look at that.
Sure. Chris, we're going to take a short recess, and we'll figure out the tech, and just please stay on the line. Apologies.
Well, no worries, we'll do.
necessitate that we can show it on the screen here behind me, and hopefully the camera will capture that. It won't be broadcast to the public. We will also be sharing out this slide deck to members of council. And we are just waiting for one more council member so we can get quorum, and then we can hear Chris Schaefer from Bird Canada. Oh, and we have quorum now. Fantastic. Chris,
Okay, Chair.
so sorry. So we'll have your slideshow behind me, but not broadcast. But I reset your timer so you can start from the beginning.
Sure, I'll restart now. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, Councillors. My name is Chris Schaefer, VP of Government Affairs at Bird Canada. Next slide. As you know, Bird Canada is a first and last kilometer e-scooter sharing company. We operate in a number of municipalities across Canada, and Bird Rides, the essentially parent company, we use their hardware and software. It operates in over 350 cities globally. Next slide, please. I want to speak to you today about a number of items you simply do not get with the personal or privately owned scooter program that the City of Vancouver Council has already approved. In addition, some of the things I'll talk to you today about simply weren't available with the shared scooter program back in 2020 when we last discussed this item. Next slide, please. So one of those things that we're going to talk about today is geofencing. So we can create 3 key geofences: slowdown zone, a no-ride zone, and a no-park zone. So when a scooter enters that zone, in about a second, it will respond and slow down to a lower maximum speed. So generally, cities have capped speeds, and all our scooters have speed governors on them. You don't get that with privately owned scooters. So our scooter will only go the maximum permitted in a municipality, generally 20 kilometers an hour. You can have that slow down in particular zones throughout the city. You could have that scooter slow down and stop safely, or not be able to be parked. Think about Parliament Hill in Ottawa. It is geofenced there as a no ride and no park zone. Next slide, please. There is, despite the wonderful infrastructure you have in Vancouver, such as bike lanes, et cetera, there is sometimes a history of sidewalk riding by bicycles on various sidewalks. We have sidewalk detection technology. Next slide, please. That uses a whole bunch of new technology. This was not possible the last time we discussed this at council. Sensor fusion, microchip, advanced vehicle location systems. That scooter will slow down and come to a stop. You can still walk the scooter on the sidewalk, but you can't ride it. There's no motor, no throttle. It comes to a safe stop. Next slide, please. Talk to you briefly about parking technologies. Vancouver is a great candidate, and this could be mandated through your RFP if council desires. Lock 2 technology for all shared scooters. So think of it like a bike lock. It's unlocked and locked via the app itself, and the rider would lock that to permitted municipal infrastructure such as bike racks. They're required through the app to take a photo at the end of their ride of their parking, and that allows us to hold riders accountable. Next slide, please. So the picture again of that technology. A study in San Francisco, where this is actually mandated as part of their shared program, the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency found that the Lock 2 design addresses major issues of sidewalk clearance and pedestrian safety. Next slide, please. These are some other technologies, but for the sake of time today, I really want to focus on some other key aspects related to safety first. What you saw on the previous slide was another parking technology that can be deployed using camera positioning via the app. Next slide, please. Some safety features, again, you don't get with the personally owned private shared or private model that you've already approved, but you do get with the shared scooter program. Beginner mode, you can have this mandated. Every ride, the throttle or the acceleration is softer and the maximum speed is lowered. You can mandate that for a certain number of trips at the beginning as riders get used to riding a shared scooter. Next slide, please. Helmet selfies. All our helmets, if we were approved to operate a shared program in Vancouver, would come attached with a helmet. If a rider wanted to use their own helmet or the attached helmet, the helmet selfie technology using AI would determine if a helmet is being worn. If it was, the scooter unlocks for a ride. If not, it does not unlock. Next slide, please. ID verification. We don't store data, but we would scan such things as a driver's license. If they're of age to ride a shared scooter, the scooter unlocks. Next slide, please. Talk to you briefly about equity. We have community pricing programs to give eligible low-income residents a discount. We can also create essentially geo-fenced neighborhoods for historically disenfranchised neighborhoods. We call equity zones. Anyone starting a trip in that zone, the price is reduced. Next slide, please. Lastly, next slide. So list a brief table of some of the common concerns from the accessibility and senior community. I'll wrap up here by pointing out, for example, one key concern is that e-scooters are too quiet. The city could mandate noise emission while the scooter is in service. I want to thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Great, thanks, Chris, and that was well timed. We do have questions, starting with Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks for telling us about all this. Is this, so my big concern is people that ride these scooters on the sidewalk, or the other day I saw somebody, I was at a demonstration and somebody purposely just rode right through the middle of the demonstration, you know, coming within inches of about 50 people who were all madly trying to get out of his way. And so what I'm wondering is, this technology that you're talking about, is this actually in the physical scooter, or is it something that the city has to do by lining sidewalks with something, or, yeah.
Through your chair, Councillor, that's a great question. So in essence, there's, you know, working with our municipal partners, so if there was a shared scooter program in Vancouver that we or another company operated on behalf of the city, there's really nothing that the city would have to do, except for the fact that, let's say, we knew either through the city or through a BIA or other organization that there was a protest or a rally or some farmer's market or an event happening. What we would do, and we can do this dynamically in very little time, we would create a geofence for that area. Let's say if there was a farmer's market on a certain road on Tuesday at 3 o'clock, I'm making it up, we would create a geofence and we could create a no ride, no park zone. So what would happen is, if a scooter rider using a shared scooter, not a private personally owned one, but a shared scooter, if they attempted to enter that zone, the scooter would slow down and come to a complete safe stop to prevent riding in that area. So that would essentially eliminate that problem. I know there's been some challenges with personally owned e-scooters riding on the seawall in Stanley Park. That's not permitted under your current private e-scooter pilot. We would simply geofence that area out. No one would be riding a shared e-scooter on the seawall in Vancouver.
Okay, so my other question is, do other companies do this or just yours?
Through you, Chair, it's another great question. The major scooter companies, including our own, have all operate on similar technology. So if you had approved, I mean, hopefully, you know, it would be Bird Canada, but if it was another company, such as Lime or another company, they all have similar technologies, so that any company that, or companies that the city, if council were to approve this, the city would pick through a robust RFP process. The city would mandate things. They would have companies demo this during the RFP to prove that we can actually do what we say we could do. We had the opportunity to demo this for city staff recently, February of this year, this technology. They would choose that vendor, and all the vendors have the similar geofencing technology.
Thanks, Chris, and that's Councillor Swanson's time. You do have a question from Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks so much for all of this information. Councillor Swanson asked a couple of my questions, but as I think you've heard me say before, I'm excited about this and have concerns about accessibility and safety, and so appreciate an update on the new technology that's in place. I'm curious to hear, you mentioned that some of these technologies weren't in place when you last presented. In cities where shared e-scooter programs are in place, as the technology improves and safety improvements come in, are you bringing those new technologies into place, or how do those updates happen? I guess if we were to have gone ahead with this 2 years ago, where would that leave us now?
Through you, Chair, that's a great question. So yes, we're, if you think about the scooter itself to begin with, each year a new car model comes out. It's new and improved. It's got new features. Our scooters are the same. We're now in the 4th generation of scooters. And then what we've seen through RFPs done in other municipalities across Canada, when they've selected a vendor or vendors, there is the ability written right into the agreement that governs the relationship between the municipality and the selected vendor through the RFP process, the e-scooter company in this case, the ability for the city to require new things, new technologies, new development to be adopted through that program as the program's ongoing. It also provides them, of course, with the flexibility if a company was not meeting the requirements, historical or new, as mandated by the municipality, that the municipality has the opportunity to no longer have that company provide that service. So really, this is all, and rightly so, in the hands of the municipality that has the power to make sure that the program is being operated in a way that best serves the residents of their municipality.
Okay, I appreciate that. My other question is, how often are you replacing the scooters in cities where you're operating already? What's the kind of life of a scooter, a shared scooter?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. So again, things have changed. If you go back as far as 2018, when I joined this industry, there were reports at the time that scooters were lasting in some instances, in some places, early days. Again, these were largely first generation scooters. They were lasting somewhere in the range of a month to a couple of months. And now we're getting onto the latest generation of scooters manufactured robustly for public service, in-house, tested at a rate with a whole host of technologies that just weren't possible, such as anti-tip over technology, et cetera, dynamic steering control. We're getting anywhere between, upwards of 5 to 6 years on our shared scooters now. The parts themselves are proprietary to us, so we're constantly, the scooter itself is subject to mechanical review and inspection every 36 hours as the battery is being charged. That allows us to recycle, but also take parts from other scooters and opt them in and keep our scooters in service and well functioning for longer than was possible 4 or 5 years ago.
Thanks. That's Councillor Boyle's time, and it was an interesting question, so I gave you a little bit of extra time there. Appreciate the answer. I have added myself to the queue. I have a couple of questions as well. And first off, liability. Councillor Swanson's example where somebody went tearing through a crowd and may have injured somebody. What if somebody was injured and they took off? How does liability, how do we cover a pedestrian injury from a...
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So it's a couple of things. And this is really, there's an opportunity for Vancouver, I guess, to learn from other municipalities that have gone before them. So there's always the CGL, Commercial General Liability Insurance Policy, in place that's mandated. City of Vancouver would mandate it for their program. There is Red Deer, as the first municipality that I know of, maybe in North America, requires the e-scooter company to provide rider insurance. So that would be, could be in place in the municipality as well. So you're really looking at dual coverages there. And then often, but not always, there is some things written into the contract that would allow the municipality to opt out of liability in certain instances. So all of that is well known and well documented in various contracts that are publicly available from other municipalities.
So I guess what I was going for more was sort of a hit and run where a pedestrian's hit by a scooter and the scooter takes off. And would you sort of facilitate a tracking of that scooter to figure out and geolocate where that scooter was and when that person was hit? And then hold them liable?
Through you, yeah, through you, Chair, absolutely. We have that information. Of course, we would cooperate with law enforcement if that was the case. We would have all the data about the scooter being ridden, who was riding that scooter, and would have that information available for law enforcement.
Okay, that's helpful and useful to know. The other piece was about locking. And it kind of makes me think BYOBR, bring your own bike rack, because what we actually see here in the city of Vancouver is a shortage of bike locking infrastructure. So I'm curious, in situations where there is a deficit of bike locking, we've just removed all our standalone parking meters, which were sort of AirSAT's de facto bike locks, and we've lost them. Does Bird introduce their own sort of public street furniture that can be used by all?
Great question, Chair. So there's a couple things there. So in some municipalities around the world that mandate a lock 2 system is one example. That's one parking model. Hamilton, Ontario is actually requiring it through their RFP this year for a shared scooter program. Sometimes the rules are written in such a way that it's permitted municipal infrastructure, and it lays out what that is. So it could be a bike rack, often it always is, but it could be other things such as a lamp pole, a cage around a tree, not the tree itself, the cage, and other, depending on the municipality, other permitted municipal infrastructure. In places in which we operate, we often look forward to the opportunity to contribute financially to the municipality in which we operate, and that could be in the form of a per trip fee that would go to fund or help fund anyways the municipal infrastructure such as bike racks.
Okay, thanks for that. And I'm out of time, and you have no further questions, but thanks for joining us, Chris.
Thank you.
All right, and next speaker is speaker number 2, Dave Holzer, Policy Manager from Super Pedestria Canada Limited. Speaker number 2.
Speaker number 2 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 3, Ellie O'Day.
And I am here.
Hi, and we can hear you.
Okay. Shall I go ahead?
Sounds good.
Okay. Well, good afternoon to the council and chair. My name is Ellie O'Day. I live in Pal, Vancouver, which is the Performing Arts Lodge in Cole Harbour. I'm all for getting people out of cars. I myself quit driving entirely 15 years ago. But we have a but. And I was glad to hear the previous speaker talking about the geofencing, because that might alleviate a little bit of this problem, and that is the chaos of the sidewalks. Most of our shopping area is the Robson-Denman area. And even when I first moved here, I think it was 17 years ago, we even had to make way for a mobility scooter to get by on the sidewalks, because the sidewalks are so narrow on Denman Street. Now, as you can imagine, it is utter chaos. And I am just wondering if, in addition to these new options that people have for getting out of their cars, if we could start a new education program of some sort. I believe there is a whole generation or two out there who has never learned the rules of the road, who have never learned how to signal with their hands, and certainly have never learned to ride on the road. And it's really getting out of hand. So, as much as I support this, I really would like to see some other supports to people who are pedestrians. Thank you.
And thank you, Ellie. You do have a question from Councillor Boyle.
Yes, thanks so much for signing up to speak and sharing this concern we hear from a lot of folks. Ellie, I guess I'm interested, you spoke to this a bit, but interested to hear if these technological improvements that we have heard about give you some comfort that this would reduce sidewalk collisions and concerns on that front.
I like what I heard from the previous speaker in terms of your shared rentals, but this doesn't help all the other bicycles and scooters on the streets. So there are a lot of privately owned units all over the place. So that's why I say, coupled with an educational program, for instance, when people take out the bicycles that are there right now in the shared program, I don't see any signage about do not ride on the sidewalks, et cetera, et cetera. isn't this an opportunity for some signage perhaps? Same thing with all the rental bike places that we have along Denman Street. I've lost count of how many rental places there are. Those people go right onto the sidewalks when they leave the rental place. So they're not educating their customers either.
Totally hear you about that need for education. Okay, and I will leave it there. Thank you again so much for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Ellie. All right.
Thank you.
No further questions, and thanks for joining us. Next speaker, speaker number 5, Nathan Davidovich.
Hello?
Hi, Nathan. We can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Oh, thank you very much, Chair and members of Council. As you're well aware, BC, Vancouver, and Metro Vancouver are at least 3 years behind compared to many other places in Canada and worldwide. TransLink, as usual, has failed us. They got regional ride-hailing business license, but they refused to get involved into the MM business, which is micromobility. Each city in Metro Vancouver is doing its own process for MM. This will result in Metro Vancouver not achieving the Clean BC 2030 target, which is point number 3 in the Councillor motion about the climate emergency report, and the likelihood of not meeting the active transportation and transit goal, which is true. And we have to fault the province for that as well, because they are not pushing hard enough for us to get to the targets of Clean BC. I mean, right now in Metro Vancouver, 80% of the trips are done by private vehicles and 20% by transit and a little bit of cycling. And micromobility will bring it up a little bit more, but not by much more. Transit is the one that would bring up the mode split by the most. And I don't have to tell you about the cutbacks and fare increase that TransLink has announced. City Council, again, should reactivate the PT&E committee, and it should be discussed properly. You should not leave it to staff to make all the decisions. In other city councils, they approve, 1 or 2 operators or no operators, but usually private-public partnership does not work in transportation. This might be a different issue or way of getting it operated. The present bike share contract is that the city has, the 5-year contract is supposed to expire, I think very soon, and I don't know if the staff have reported to you about it, but the city paid $5 million to get bike share. Other cities in Metro Vancouver paid $0. And it was mentioned that we need to have lower fares for low-income people, both for micromobility and for regular transit, which, of course, TransLink is the only transit system in Canada that doesn't have lower fare for low-income people between 19 and 64. So there's lots of work that needs to be done, and the city should not should actually charge for this work. You can charge a franchise fee for any company who wants to make money in the city. This is the same way as BC Electric in the old days paid a franchise fee to the city. So the city actually made money from transportation services offered by a private company. And that should be done the same way here. Or otherwise, the city can operate it itself and make the money. So there's many questions how to do it. And the city should learn from City of Vancouver, should encourage the province and Metro Vancouver and TransLink to get their act together and get things going, because we are so far behind other cities in transit and active transportation and micro-mobility as well. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Nathan. Have a great evening. Okay, so folks, we've gone through the speaker list, and we'll just circle back and see if David Holzer has joined us, Policy Manager for Super Pedestria.
Speaker 2 is not on the line.
Okay, great. Well, that closes our speakers list. And Council, do we have any discussion on this item? And I see Councillor Boyle is on the queue. Councillor Boyle.
Yes, thank you so much. I circulated an amendment. So maybe you want to move us to an amendment queue. I will just speak to.
Sure thing. Let me just push over to an amendment queue. Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Fry. I am excited about all of the possibilities around an expansion of micromobility, and as I have said, I'm nervous as well about the safety and accessibility concerns that we have heard, that I hear from residents, that we as a council heard from Vancouver Coastal Health, and that we hear in stories from other cities who implemented these programs a couple of years ago. I am glad to hear the improvements that are happening and that continue to happen to address those concerns, because ultimately I do think 5 years from now, 10 years from now, this type of micromobility will play an important role in multimodal transportation system that's quite a bit less reliant on cars. We need to keep taking those concerns seriously, particularly from seniors and people with disabilities, some of our most vulnerable road and sidewalk users, who I was at Councillor Fry and Councillor Swanson and I were at a conference on seniors transportation a couple weeks ago, and heard from seniors in the city just how serious the risk of a fall is, and what that means in terms of increased nervousness around these types of devices being used at fast speeds and in crowded areas. So again, glad to hear the improvements that are being made, and still want to make sure that we as a local government are proceeding with those highest risk road users and their needs in mind as we look at what a program looks like, what an RFP looks like, what our requirements are. So this amendment is not meant to slow or stop the process, but to make sure those voices are a key priority and input in shaping how we move this forward. And I will leave it there.
Okay. Great. And I see Councillor Dominato to the amendment.
Through you to the mover of the amendment, could I just make an inquiry? And it's simply this, is that is Councillor Boyles, with your intent here, is it to gather feedback from the city's advisory committees to incorporate into any considerations around advancing this? Is that the intent?
Yes, yeah, it is. I think, and I went back and forth on language. I think we want to make sure that engagement is sincere and not saying we're going to do this regardless of whatever you say. So that balance of our plan is to move forward. We sincerely want all of that feedback in terms of shaping it. What's the pace? What are the details, etc. So was trying to hit that balance in the kind of pending feedback language that I included there.
Point of privilege, Swanson here, sorry.
Hi, Swanson.
Could we get the amendment up on the screen?
Sure thing.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. I think that answers my question. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, great. Okay. I've put myself on the queue to add an amendment to the amendment, which I circulated earlier to the clerks. And I'm just going to jump over to an amendment Q2 and add myself and advance. Okay. And that's really just some of the comments and concerns I had around locking infrastructure. And so as staff is preparing this report back that Councillor Boyle has articulated in the new A, that we are considering the impacts on locking infrastructure and public street furniture and that kind of thing. And yeah, there you go, in the public realm and in public infrastructure. Obviously, that's something that we've heard a lot of as well. And as this council knows, and we recently approved, we have a dearth of secure bike locking infrastructure in our city, and we're losing a lot more as we lose parking meters. So I think it's pretty self-explanatory, this amendment to the amendment. Seeing no further speakers to this amendment to the amendment, I think we could just probably move right over to a voting queue.
Vote assist in favor.
Yes, please.
Is there, I can see it because I've got an email, but the public can't, as far as I know.
It's on the screen, Councillor Swanson, but we're just going to check that. Sorry.
I don't think the camera is focusing on the screen. It's focusing on you, Chair.
Well, hello. How awkward. So IT's just going to take a look at how we can get that onto the public feed. And for the benefit of the public feed, I'll just read out my amendment just while we're killing time. My amendment to Councillor Boyle's amendment was adding the phrase after best practices for, and I included locking and storing e-scooters in the public realm and using public infrastructure. And then it continues on with the rest of Councillor Boyle's amendment, keeping e-scooters off of sidewalks and reducing risk to pedestrians, seniors, people with disabilities, and other vulnerable road users. And we're still waiting on a little tech fix here to get that up on the screen. Oh, yeah, okay, folks, we can't do a reboot until the dinner break because it requires a full reboot. So we're going to proceed along. I've read the amendments to the amendment. It's been shared with your emails. So we'll just move right over to a vote. But I do see, yeah, so we can, clerks, if we can call a vote on that then, unless there's any objections from folks. This is the amendment to the amendment. And Councillor Wiebe had requested a vote assist in favor. Oh, but he's not, his camera's not on, so. Sorry, Councillor Wiebe, you're still absent.
Camera is on.
Okay, vote assist in favor for Councillor Wiebe. And that amendment to the amendment passes with none in opposition. And we'll move back to the main amendment queue. Seeing no speakers, I think we can call a vote on the amendment as amended. And Councillor Wiebe has not voted.
Vote in favor.
Okay. And that amended amendment passes with none in opposition. All right. Back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle, did you have anything further to add?
No, I think I said everything I want to say in my amendment, which is largely, you know, excited to move this forward well and to make sure we're doing so, really keeping in mind the transportation needs of pedestrians and people with disabilities, and also will add because I won't miss the opportunity to do so, that as we see increase in micromobility use, which we are already, and I expect we will continue to see, that is one more reason why we should be expanding safe, protected, active transportation infrastructure, AAA bike lanes and active transportation infrastructure for all ages and abilities across the city. I got to test ride an e-scooter at the Caresdale Annex School Street a few weeks ago. And one of the things the parents there pointed out was just how much it feels every little bump. So it is not easy to ride for a long time on a slightly bumpy side street. And ideally, we really can. This is a one more good reason to be building out that kind of safe, protected infrastructure for road users. But we'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Just procedurally, could I just move to extend to finish this item before the dinner break?
Oh, thank you. That's very thoughtful. Motion to extend. Sir. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Great. So we will extend this item to complete before dinner break. Councillor Dominato.
Yes, and I'll just speak briefly to the amended motion, and just to say that I do appreciate Councillor Kirby Young bringing this back. Obviously, we as a council have endorsed a pilot with respect to privately owned and operated e-scooters in the city. I think at the time when we had that debate, there was a desire to look at a shared model, and there were some reservations and concerns, I think, around safety and liability. But I think also at that time we talked about the issue of equity in that really right now we're only permitting privately owned models. I having met with a number of the companies that are in this sphere of e-scooters and e-bikes, I think they've really been trying to respond to public concerns and experiences in other cities around safety, liability, and so I think there's a real opportunity here to move forward. I would say I do appreciate the desire to sort of consult with different potentially affected groups, including seniors, those with disabilities. I also think that this is the way of the future as I look at the evolution of our city, and I think about those last mile connections to public transit, which I use regularly, but I think that we need to adapt. And I also think that technology is always going to be further ahead of us. It is common across all levels of government is that technology tends to emerge before we have the policy frameworks in place and legislative frameworks. So we are always playing a little bit of catch up. I think e-scooters were already on the streets even before we had an enabling framework for the private use of those e-scooters on our streets, but they were already being used. So what I hope is that we're not playing catch up on this. And I do appreciate that a lot of concerns are being addressed through new technology and advancement around where these can be parked and left and where they can go or not go, and that we can manage that as well as speeds and so on. So happy to support the motion, and I appreciate that it's coming forward and the thoughtful amendments around it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. So I'll also be brief, Chair. The last time this came to the council table, I had some severe reservations, and I'm really pleased to see the technology has advanced significantly to address my concerns. One of them is around the fact that there can be there is technology in place, detection technology, which can actually stop one of these e-shared scooters from actually riding on a sidewalk. Because people had raised those concerns, and especially seniors. I'm definitely seeing that as a problem within the West End right now. I also like the equity ability in terms of potentially this council looking at people or areas of the city where there would be a lower price that's more more affordable for the people that do want it in the public bike share. And I also like the geofencing around areas we really do want to geofence out, like the seawall. So all of those have given me the comfort level to support this.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. I've added myself to the queue just for a couple of comments. I didn't vote for the original pilot because I have some concerns around liability and stuff in the private sector scooter ecosystem. I do recognize that this opportunity with working with some of these shares does create some new technological advances that can do the geofencing, can do the safety, the helmet, selfie, all those kind of pieces. Obviously, we've added some amendments and some considerations around how we can make this work within our city's context, in particular with the bike locking infrastructure and that kind of thing. The other piece that I just want to highlight, though, and I'm hoping that this is something that our friends at Bird and other scooter shares can help us with, is this council's commitment to slower residential streets, and I think it really dovetails very well with these e-scooter micromobility. Obviously, nobody wants to be booking around on a scooter in the middle of traffic, and so our desire as a council that we've brought to UBCM, and we saw support at UBCM for the direction of allowing residential local serving streets to have a default reduction in the speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour. And as this council will know, and for anybody listening, the province hasn't really met that demand and amended the Motor Vehicle Act to allow local governments to set their own default speed limits. And I think that that's a critical consideration as we're really contemplating what this pilot could be. And if we're really serious about micromobility, we want to create those opportunities for safer streets for everyone, including e-scooter riders. So hopefully our new partners can assist in maybe lobbying the province a little bit to amend the Motor Vehicle Act. Certainly it's something that did pass at UBCM with a lot of support. And in fact, Research Co. Mario Canseco's polls of late has showed steadily increasing public support for the idea of slower, safer residential streets. I think it works well with this, and I hope that we can see this pilot and the work of Bird and other scooter share groups kind of influencing a decision in that regard and with the province. On that, I will advance the queue for Councillor Kirby Young to close.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm really happy to hear the dialogue and the discussion around the table today. It was important to me to bring this motion back 2 years later. I think it's 2 years for a number of reasons, and it was really three. And I'll sort of sum it up this way. It was climate, safety, and affordability. And I'll sort of just make a couple of brief comments on those three components. The first one's with respect to climate, and climate, our council did adopt the climate emergency. We do know, and we hear this a lot, that 37% of our carbon pollution comes from burning gasoline and diesel in our vehicles. And we do know from the last staff update that we have a low likelihood of reaching our active transportation and transit goals. So from that perspective alone, it doesn't make sense to me to limit the options that are available. The other one is that micromobility is here to stay and it's being adopted rapidly. So with respect to safety, as we have heard, with the technology which improves and it regularly, almost daily, and it will continue to improve, as does everything in our lives is driven by tech now, is that there is so much more control with shared services than there are with privately owned devices. It's like if you drive a car, you can post a speed limit and hope that somebody driving that private vehicle sticks to it. But you can't control it, versus you can actually set things like maximum speed, first-time rider speed that can be lower with a shared scooter, and I think it addresses a number of the concerns. I really welcome the feedback from our advisory committees. I think that we're quite well aware of what it is, and it's been articulated, I think, in different letters and emails and comments to council around the things like seniors, people with accessibility, keeping sidewalks clear, those sorts of things. But I think it's a positive way to help shape behavior, because right now people are adopting them quite a bit, and those additional safety mechanisms, I think, as we have more people in the city all trying to share space, it makes a lot of sense to sort of shape how that develops in a positive way. And I think we do have the opportunity for education and access with that. The third tenet for me was really on the affordability piece. And you can buy some inexpensive scooters that are $600-700 and not that great. An average decent one is about $1,500. That's a lot of money for people, and hopefully we can shared services are great for occasional users, are great for people that want to try it out before necessarily purchasing one. First and last mile for transit, so they really do fill that void. You see now, even with the different conferences that Translate's holding, I think they have one in September, a micromobility is a key component of that, and recognizing that it's that sort of initial part of the trip between home and accessing transit that can sometimes be a deterrent for people. And then the other aspect on the equity piece is that there are different models to do that. I know, for example, with the bikes, we do that through the Park Board Managed Leisure Access Program, which works very well in terms of access, and that probably speaks more to need than potentially arbitrarily identifying a geographic zone where you can't necessarily control for income, because you can have people of varying incomes in a specific geographic area, but the LAP process or leisure access is in place, and that's another option to do that. So I think there's lots of good choices. And I think it makes a whole lot of sense to embrace and shape this as opposed to what we're doing now, which is a limited trial. And the last thing I'll say too is I think this can actually help inform our trial in terms of getting some additional data that will continue to provide some strategic input into what our future strategies look like, and get a sense too of what volume is and usage looks like, because that again helps us with making some decisions around capital investment, allocation of our road space, and all of those good things that council spends a fair amount of time talking about. So I appreciate the conversation around the table, and I appreciate the support from council, and I'm looking forward to having this move forward. Thank you.
Great, and thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Seeing nobody else on the queue, we can move to a vote.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Great, and that passes with none in opposition. All right, folks, that concludes that item. And coming up next will be item 13, relief for commercial properties impacted by the Broadway subway construction, member motion B7. That will be after our dinner break, which will be until 6 o'clock. Enjoy your dinner, folks.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
Hello, David, are you there?
Yep, thanks.
Great, thank you.
All right, folks, we are back. And, sorry, just bear with me as I pull up our next item on the agenda. This is our last item today. Item number 13, relief for commercial properties impacted by the Broadway subway construction. Member motion B7, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Hardwick and seconded by Councillor DeGenova. We will now hear from speakers on this motion, and our first registered speaker, he's recommended I call him T, but I'm going to try and butcher his name anyway. It's Sintipan Sensivel. Yeah, right there. Oh, up there. Okay, great.
Right. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Sandeep Sentival. I'm from Greens Market on Maple and Broadway. I support this motion, but I urge council to change it from explore to develop. I love my city, I love my province, I love my country. I never thought I'd ever be in a fight against us. But I have a reason to fight. And my reasons are not just for me, but for also all the businesses that suffered during the Canby construction, the Evergreen construction, the Broadway construction now, and all the future businesses that are going to be suffering due to the infrastructure project. There's no mitigation for access being taken away. You can't, no matter what you do, you're not going to replace access. And that's what's happening to us. We're getting cut off access from all different angles. Pedestrians, buses, cars, it's pretty brutal. We're not seeing many of them anymore. We can handle the noise, we can handle the nuisance, we can handle the inconveniences, but not the financial hardship. That's a lot to bear on a small business person. My loss of sales are quite tremendous. I'm losing about 250 customers a day. That's about 1,400 customers a week. This amounts to roughly close to date, it's been about $800,000 in revenue losses and close to $300,000 in gross profit. This is not an easy number for somebody that is self-funded to recover from. It's quite difficult and quite challenging. Imagine any of you or all of you had to take a 25% to 50% reduction on the income that comes through to you. Is that something that's easy for you to manage in a split second and try to make your life go as normal after taking severe losses like that? I can't imagine anybody that can handle that kind of loss. But yet the province and the city are telling us, go ahead. No, it'll be fine. It's okay. You'll be fine. Don't worry about your 40%, 50% losses. It'll be okay in a couple of years. But that's not the case. In a couple of years, what's going to happen is my landlord's already told me our rents are going to go up. Our property taxes are going to go up. Or they're already going up. Based on what my conversation with BC assessment is, once the SkyTrain was set, all the values in our area went up. So it doesn't matter that there's a huge hole in front of our businesses. It doesn't matter that the neighborhood is not the same. The property taxes are going to go up. So we're going to pay more property taxes while there's a huge hole dug in front of our store, which I think is very unfair. I have over 1,900 online supporters that believe that the city and the province should be supporting businesses during construction like this. My in-store petition, I have over 600 people that have signed. All your constituents, all people in the neighborhood have signed and said, hey, I think the city and the province should be supporting businesses. And in most cases, from what I've learned, is a lot of people thought that the city and the province were already supporting businesses. They're quite surprised that you're not. And that's why we're getting so many signatures. On a daily basis, I get about 60 signatures in my in-store petition. The city, from all my conversations with the city and the province, there's a big fear of setting precedent. The precedent of, oh, if we provide any funding for you while we're doing construction, we're going to have to do it for everybody. But I think the real precedent that should be focused on being made is the city and the province support small businesses and will do anything to make sure they're not impacted by anything that they do. That should be the real precedent that both the city and the province should be looking at, not the fear of, oh my God, everything's going to go up in cost every time we do a construction project. On top of that, I also don't think that when the city staff and the province staff talk about if we compensate, it's going to increase the budgets tremendously. It might, but I think in a case like this, you're not providing funding for 5.7 kilometer corridor, every single business in that corridor. You're only providing support for the cut and cover areas and specific businesses. From the Montreal study, it showed that businesses like hair salons, doctors, dentists, and service-based businesses, they don't get affected as much because they rely on a few people that come in with appointments. A business like myself, a business like Maze, a dollar store, Blends, Odin Books, they all, Vivek at Akbar, we all rely on people coming through our store, having access. When we decided to pick our locations, we picked it because of the accessibility. When I used to, before the SkyTrain started, I had people pull over, see my store, pull over, stop in and buy and shop. It was a great way to build our brand and get us known everywhere in the community. Broadway had so much exposure. It was lovely. Every year we were growing. Before this construction started, I was growing 50. Yeah. Yeah.
The queue and it's saying that it's me, just with our seat switch. So I'm going to ask you to go ahead and the clerks will work on our name situation.
Thank you for that. Yes. Hi, Santiman. Curious, how long have you been, how long has Greens been at that location?
12 years. And the sales I'm getting now are something I haven't seen since.
So going backwards, that's 2010.
Yes.
So are you familiar with in 2014 when the Broadway line was being contemplated and the mayor of the day promised that there would not be cut and cover and the same kind of disruptions that we saw to the Cambie Street businesses?
Yes, and I also went to every single meeting, every consulting meeting they had before the construction started.
So you were moving ahead, proceeding with your business with a reasonable amount of confidence that we had a commitment from the mayor and the city that this would not be a cut and cover kind of situation as we obviously see at the subway stations right now.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's helpful. And are you familiar with the class action lawsuit that the Canada Line Cambie businesses pursued and have been hung up on appeal for like over a decade, I think?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I've talked to the people involved in that as well.
So okay. I just curious. And then obviously we are, I would say, almost junior partners as a city in the Broadway project. Clearly, TransLink, the federal government, provincial government, they're the big funders. What do you reasonably see that we could do as the city to help in this situation? Recognizing that we can't tell those guys what to do necessarily, and we.
Well, for one, I would you could join the fight and look at changing policy. I don't think I know it's going to be a long, cumbersome fight, but I think this is in your neighborhood. These are your people that live here, work here, that are getting affected. So the fight you should be joining us in the fight as well.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And thank you for coming and speaking to us in person today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks. I have two questions. The first is, have you looked at other jurisdictions and solutions in other Canadian cities?
Well, the main one I found was in Montreal, and I found a couple of Edmonton also tried to implement something similar, and there's been, in Calgary, there have been situations where the city has given residents or tax breaks. So that's why I thought that would be something to petition for.
So the motion says to direct staff to explore options. So among those explorations would be what is happening in other cities.
Yes.
You talked about compensation. Are you talking about compensation or forgiveness? I distinguish between the two, the latter being related to property taxes or business licenses and levers that the city actually has some control over. Have you explored the different alternatives there?
I did explore them, but I didn't find anything specific for property tax, except for the revitalization rule program that we have here. But I couldn't figure out how our situation could be categorized as revitalization.
So do you own the building that you're in?
Unfortunately, no.
No, so the owner of the building is paying the property taxes, but then passing them along to you. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate. I pay about $5,000 a month in property tax.
Well, that's $60,000 a year in property tax. Would that even, make a dent in your business?
Definitely, it'll definitely help.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Thanks, Santapan, for coming to speak to us. Very much appreciate the information you're bringing. You said that you have looked at some of the other cities in Canada and what they've done. And the motion talks about Montreal having taken some action. And I'm wondering if you have any specific knowledge about what they've done. It's quite general. It says mitigate the financial impacts, help merchants stay in business, support the dynamism and commercial vitality of commercial streets under construction. Can you give us any examples of what they've done specifically?
Okay, so in Montreal, if your gross profit has gone down more than 15%, you're eligible to apply for the fund. And you apply for it, and then they give you about $50,000. Now I think it's gone up to 60. It might have been gone up to 60,000, but it's let's say $50,000 for businesses that are affected.
Per year or for the whole?
Per year.
Per year. Okay.
And of that, they didn't get. Not many businesses came through. They did it retroactively, so a lot of businesses already went out of business. So the ones that did apply, and they were able to get some money. Not everybody applied as well, but mostly businesses like mine were affected.
Right.
And also they had a $25 million fund, which was supported by the province and the city. So Montreal and Quebec gave that fund, and that fund would be used until it was fully used up, and then they would look at it again.
Okay, those are helpful details. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. And Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm wondering, you mentioned that you don't own the building in response to Councillor Hardwick's question, and you're on a lease. I'm wondering if you're concerned if the city, because of it, assume you're on a triple net lease, and that's how the property taxes are being passed to you. Is that right?
Yep.
And so I guess I'm wondering if you're concerned the city could theoretically provide some relief on property taxes, but there's no guarantee that your landlord would pass them on to you. Have you thought about that? Are you concerned about that?
Yeah, I did think about that. Fortunately, my landlords are they're very good. They're reputable people, and they've been very helpful over the years. So but I think the city should make a stipulation that this has to go to the business. Or if the landlord's getting forgiveness, they shouldn't charge us back for it because they're not paying any property tax.
Yeah, I think that's the challenge, is that city can't necessarily mandate or require that. I'm wondering, another question, a follow-up one, given that this is a provincial transportation initiative, it's being funded by and led by the province, I'm wondering why you're not advocating for financial relief from the province and just only from the city of Vancouver in this motion.
No, I'm advocating for everybody, but from both the province and the city. But the province has a hard, fast rule saying they don't provide any kind of funding. And every time I'm in contact with anybody there, they just keep on saying, no, this is our rule. So I'm hoping to get somewhere with you. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm hoping that we can get some progress here with the city, and then I start approaching the province. I think with the power of the city, they could be. The city talking to the province is a lot easier than one individual business or a couple individual business trying to talk to the city. We want to get your support first, and then explore.
No. Yeah, I hear you. So it would make sense if, because this motion only speaks about city relief, it would make sense for you if it was amended to include advocating for relief from the province, because the province is the one that's doing the work. They control the schedule, are paying for the project, right? So would it make sense to amend the motion to include that advocacy? Because right now it doesn't ask for that.
Yeah, it would make sense, but I do think the city should grab the bulls by the horn in this matter. We're a business in your neighborhood, in your community. The province is far away from us. They're not easy to work with, but either way, I'm just hoping that we can get some sort of relief and some sort of precedent in the future that no business suffers or goes out of business because of an infrastructure project.
Okay, and how long, how's it
That's your
going right
time,
now?
Councillor.
Have they,
That's your time, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Kirby Young, are you there?
yes, you said that that was my time.
Yeah, because I just want to make sure we didn't actually lose the connection.
No, nope, you just.
Okay, great. Sorry, I just need to make sure keeping everybody the same amount of time. I just have a couple questions, follow-up to you, and one of them is related to, just put myself in the queue here, is related to the, in addition to financial support, I know some of our conversation and even an email that I received today, which has an interesting personal connection, but that the Broadway subway project has assured sort of the city and the merchants along Broadway that access will be maintained 100% of the time to all the businesses as a way to seek some sort of compromise. What's been your experience in that regard?
What I asked him in the beginning of this, what do you define as good access? What do you define as access? And nobody came up with an answer from the Broadway subway or the province. So they don't. What they mean by access is you can just get to the store. It doesn't matter how easy or how hard it is, as long as you can get there somehow. In the case that happened today, it was a very challenging situation, and the person just kind of went on, just said, "Know what? I'm allowed to go. I'm just going," and went. But they should have allowed them to go. They should have communicated with them. So the issue is good access. It's not about any access. I can give you access to City Hall, but you'd have to go in from a mile away. That's not the same level of access.
Right. What limited access will prevent people from actually choosing that as a location to shop at.
Yes, I mean, people can't even stop in front of our store and walk in anymore. So they have to try to figure out how to get there.
So in future, we've had a chance to touch base, but I wonder if you could just reflect, what I'm also hearing in this advocacy piece is the future businesses. We know that the Broadway subway is slated to go all the way to UBC. Of course, there's a whole other amount of businesses along that particular corridor. What's your hope with this conversation happening here and looking to the future for those businesses?
The hope is that beyond just the financial support, but also just somebody doing, either the city or the province doing proper mitigation analysis and study and figure out what are the best practices, what are the different options that we could use. How do we really mitigate? I mean, mitigation is such a nice word to use, both by the province throws it around all the time, but how are they getting evaluated? If a business is losing 50%, your mitigation is not working. So those are the things that need to be evaluated and also thought through.
Right. Okay. And forgive me if can you remind me how many employees you have?
Yeah, close to 40.
40, and the percentage of those that live in Vancouver?
Only one person doesn't live in Vancouver, and they're moving to Vancouver next month.
Okay.
In July.
So 39 out of 40, soon to be 40 out of 40, live in Vancouver. They're employed in Vancouver. Okay, great. Those are all my questions. Thank you. And those are actually all of your questions. So thank you very much for coming to speak to council.
Thank you.
Next, we have speaker number 2, May Gore.
Hi, my name is May Gore. I'm strongly in favor of the relief for businesses impacted by Broadway subway construction. I'm the owner and operator of Your Dollar Store with More at Broadway and Yukon Street. I have been working there for the past 12 years. Since the construction started last July, our sales have dropped more than 40%. The construction has left our business with only one access point. That is from the east side of Yukon Street. The sidewalk from my store to No Frills has been blocked, and I was told it will stay blocked for another 2 years and 6 months, till end of 2024. For some time in early this year, the construction had also closed completely the crosswalk from Yukon Street on Broadway, which left my store, together with Sushi California and Heritage Asian Eatery, a dead end. So customers coming to shop or eat in our businesses, They need to go back where they come from to go to their next stop. I need to pay extra for my deliveries because our store has only one entrance, that is my front door on Broadway. There is no street parking. All delivery drivers will struggle to find a parking spot. After finding the parking, the narrowed sidewalk in front of my store has made any delivery on a pallet a challenge. If the pallet is parked in front of my store on the narrowed sidewalk, that means my customers inside cannot leave the store until my delivery finished. I have countless customers that complained about our access and parking problem. This is happening every day. If you have chance, please go past my store. You do not need to stop. Just a quick look. You will completely understand my struggle. Since the construction started, I have already put all my life savings into the business. I do not have any more money to save my business. I went to the bank for a loan, any kind of loan that I can get. I have got declined for all my tries because our sales are dropping. For the past 2 years, we struggled for COVID, but COVID has not killed my business. This construction is and will. If we cannot get help, financial help, I'm facing to close the dollar store very soon. I have a staff that will finish her maternity leave in July. She called me recently to ask about her return work schedule. I didn't know how to answer her. I had no choice but telling her her full-time job was not available anymore. I was so sad to disappoint her, but that is my situation right now. My business cannot afford her to work full-time. When she heard me, she kept a long time in silence. Although she knew the construction was underway, but she still could not accept that her job was not secured anymore. She needed the job to feed her baby. At that time, I realized the construction is damaging another family. I visited many businesses along Broadway from Kirby to Maine. The more I talked to the business owners and staff members, I realized that the construction has not only damaging the businesses, but also the many families that rely on these businesses. A couple years ago, when we knew the Broadway subway will be built, we all supported this project. But I don't want to become the victim of this project. I think it's time for the city to create and set up a program for now and for future small businesses that hurt by road work or cities' infrastructure upgrades. We really need help. Thank you very much for listening.
And thank you very much for speaking to Council. You do have questions. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering, I appreciate you sharing your experience and how much it's impacting you. I'm wondering if you've been told where, for your location, you are in the schedule, like how long will you be impacted to this degree because they're phasing this? Have you been given any sort of timeline as to when it will look better outside of your store?
The main thing I concern is the sidewalk between my store to No Frills, but this one will last, I was told, will stay blocked until 2024, end of 2024. I was well communicated, so I know, but I don't know what can I do.
Okay. So when they're saying that it's progressively moving along and that the impact will for weeks and then they'll continue along as they move from station to station work, that's not what you're being told. You're saying that the access is you're being told is not going to change for 2 years. Is that correct? Am I understanding correctly?
I beg your pardon?
I said you're being told that the access is not going to change for 2 years. They won't change the configuration, or there won't be better access to your store for another 2 years. Is that,
Yeah.
am I understanding what you're saying
Yes.
correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
I've asked the construction many times to confirm, and I was told it will be like that.
Okay. With no changes. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And those are all of your questions. Thank you very much. So we do have caller number 3 on the line, Catherine Ellesmere, co-owner of Odin Books.
Yes, thank you.
Your 5 minutes. You're welcome to start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you all for taking the time to hear from speakers on this issue today. I would have loved to have been there in person, but somebody threw a rock through our window last night, so I've been a little bit frazzled today around trying to get stuff cleaned up. My name is Catherine Ellesmere, and I co-own Odin Books with Nikki Brewer, and I'm here in support of the motion for release for Broadway tenants affected by the subway project. Odin Books is located at 108 East Broadway, and this project has dire effects on our 30-year business dedicated to providing mental health and educational resources to all levels of the community. Like most businesses, we survived the COVID pandemic with support from both federal and provincial sources. At that time, everybody was impacted on various levels, and the strategy for support was welcome and fair. Now we face an even greater challenge financially with service disruptions, ongoing rerouting of traffic, inability to provide parking, and limited access to our store, even though we were promised a limited impact in the early stages of discussions. With this impact on our business, there is to date been no indication that any financial considerations are being offered for those of us directly impacted at cut and cover sites, as well as other small businesses that have had their parking dramatically impacted. The sad truth is that the progress in the form of this Broadway construction has crippled any walk-in traffic and has changed our retail store into a glorified warehouse. We have had to shift our focus to online shopping and shipping goods just to maintain our business, since our daily walk-in traffic has been reduced to next to nothing. We have had our business located on the Broadway corridor for 30 years. When we had to relocate due to another development project, it made sense, because we are a destination location, that we stay on Broadway, so folks could find us easily, especially since we get a lot of referrals from hospitals, agencies, and schools and counselors. We wanted to stay close and easy to find. The space we moved to provided a large storefront parking, a loading zone, bus stops that were close, and lots of foot traffic. We had metered parking on Broadway and on Quebec Street, and a loading zone of few meters from our front door. At the time we signed the lease, there was no mention of a potential cut-and-cover subway project right at our front door. Several representatives from various levels of government and the project itself met with us on several occasions in the early stages, reassuring us that they would do their best to limit the amount of disruption and made our needs very clear: customer access, loading, visibility, and parking. At the time, we were assured that they would accommodate where they could. The initial talk was expropriating our building, but in the end, they didn't choose to do that. So instead, all the buildings up to the 3 buildings that are left have been emptied, expropriated, and torn down, and then the sidewalk has been closed. So now there's only one way to get into our business, and you can't. You can only go to and from that with the same exit from Quebec Street. During the initial project startup, I made it very clear parking and loading zones that were removed. We were to have them actually set up on Quebec Street. That was going to be the designated area, and then the next thing I knew, that was also removed. That only lasted about a month, and now they've moved them up. So they're over a block away for deliveries to happen. Our building is caged off. The noise levels are very high. We needed to have the sound barrier removed because folks thought our store was closed. The signage has been very unclear. The Flagstaff are not very well informed on what's happening on the site. I've had people tell me that they were told they couldn't access the store by the people who were directing traffic. There has been some effort to change the parking on Quebec to 1 hour parking, so there's turnover, but the construction workers park there all day in these designated spots. The trucks park in the loading zone. I've called the city on more than one occasion to get enforcement. The trucks block the loading area daily. The trucks that are taking out the soil line up on Quebec Street, so people can't get by. So basically, it's just a mess for folks to try and get in, and even if they can find access to parking, it's very confusing. The project to move to the south side of the street has impacted us more than ever. Our walk-in traffic has dropped off to less 2 to 3 people a day who make a concerted effort to go around all the obstacles to get to the store, and they're usually from out of town, and they're unaware of the disruption. And then if they've come all the way in from Langley or Chilliwack, they're committed. The questions and answer most often on the phone are you open?
Catherine,
How can I access this room?
Catherine, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but we are over the 5 minutes.
I'm sorry.
So I'll just have to pause you there.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to council. There are no questions. Appreciate hearing from you tonight. Next, we have speaker number 5, Catherine Sharp. 4. Oh, sorry. Sorry, my apologies. Speaker number 4, Teresa Frazo. Speaker number 4, Teresa Frazo.
Speaker number 4 is not on the line.
Speaker number 5, Catherine Sharp.
Good evening, Chair and Council. My name is Catherine Sharp, and I'm speaking here today as the business owner of Pacific Angler, which has called Vancouver and Broadway home for the last 15 years. We are currently located at 78 East Broadway, so just about in the corner of Broadway and Quebec. I'm speaking in support of this motion and the creation of a program that provides some financial assistance for businesses affected by major infrastructure projects in the city, such as the Broadway subway project. In regard to this motion before you, I urge you to not only include the cut and cover station blocks in this program that are most affected, as you've heard from the earlier speakers, but to also expand it to include the blocks directly adjacent to the station blocks. The blocks on either side of the station are greatly affected by the construction as well. Currently, these blocks serve as transitions to the station construction, and throughout the course of the work being done, we've had construction materials and equipment stored on our block and in front of our business. It's impeded visibility and access to our location. If you look at the blocks adjacent to the Main Street Station construction, which we're closest to, there are numerous vacant commercial units. I can count 4 businesses which have closed since construction has started, and any of the units in the area that were vacant prior to the start of construction remain so. As I mentioned earlier, we've been in operation for over 15 years. When we first opened, we were located just east of Canby Street, and at that location, we felt the effects of the Canada Line construction, and we narrowly survived that. So over a decade later, we have moved to our current location on the corner of Quebec and Broadway. So when the Broadway construction project was finally announced, we had an idea of what to expect in terms of impacts to our business: reduced foot traffic, lack of parking, lack of access, customers hesitant to drive to our business due to lack of parking, or the busy and ever-changing nature of a major construction project that makes it confusing to find and access businesses in the neighborhood. As expected, we have experienced the same issues this time around. Foot traffic has dropped significantly. We have to constantly reassure anyone who calls us that we are indeed open and they can reach us, but they should leave extra time to navigate the construction area and to look for parking in the neighborhood, which was always tricky before construction and before you moved all of the parking off of Broadway. Delivery of goods to our store has been extremely challenging as well. Our building is a new build. It's recent, within the last, decade, but there is no loading area in the back, so all of our deliveries must come through the front. And that has been a challenge, as there is no stopping on Broadway, no parking on Broadway. There are some loading zones, so that I will say that the project team has been good in listening to the businesses and doing the best that they can, but it is still very difficult to get any goods into our business. So financial assistance program like this will go a long way in ensuring small independent businesses such as ours make it through large infrastructure projects. Our program to support businesses will in turn help the city in achieving many of the goals and guiding principles that you've set out in the new Broadway plan, which I know you're still discussing in meetings coming up next week. That plan calls for a diverse and robust economy, which it's hard to have a diverse and robust economy with small independent businesses supporting and making your neighborhoods thriving and vibrant when they have to survive through projects such as this. That plan also notes that opportunities for small and local businesses should be enhanced, and there should be continuous active ground floor retail service uses. As I spoke about earlier, we've already seen several businesses in the area leave or close, including 2 in our block, and those units are still vacant. So I can tell you a program like this is vital. The neighborhood feels like it's dying during this construction project, so I think any program that you could bring into place would be a great help for all these businesses, and to ensure that Broadway will be that great street that is envisioned in the future Broadway plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I just have a question for you. Thank you very much for coming to speak to council. Could you just clarify, and I may have missed it, but what has been the impact to your business in terms of percentage of revenue or percentage of business that you were down since the construction started?
Since construction started, I think it's on average, we could say you're down at least 30%.
30%, okay, on average over the course of the time, okay. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. So those are all of your questions. Thank you very much for coming to speak to council. We'll move to the next speaker. We have speaker number 7, Bill Tonelli. Not on the line. Not on the line.
No, I'm on the line. I can hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, that's just someone else speaking over. Yes, Bill Tonelli, you are next on our speakers list. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, members of the Standing Committee. My name is Bill Tonelli, and I'm speaking here today as a business owner of East Broadway Strata Properties. East Broadway Strata Properties owns the 2 strata units, 68 and 78 East Broadway, the corner of Broadway, Quebec. These units are occupied by Pacific Angler Enterprises, and as you just heard, Pacific Angler is owned by my son and daughter, Catherine Sharp, who just spoke to you a moment ago. They've been active in the Broadway corridor for 15 years. When the opportunity came available to purchase the strata units, I took advantage of that. The goal was to secure a presence on East Broadway for the family business and to allow my family to basically live, work, and play in Vancouver. I'm speaking in support of this motion and the creation of the program that provides some financial assistance for businesses affected by the major construction in the city. As has been pointed out, it's important that you not only include the cut and cover station blocks in this program, but also expand it to include the blocks adjacent to the station block. These blocks on either side of the station are greatly affected by the construction as well. They serve as a transition to the station construction, and during the course of the work being done, construction materials and equipment are stored on our block and in front of our units, and also on Quebec Street, where there's a lot of transition parking with the workers and so on. As I mentioned, my family has been operating for over 15 years in the Vancouver area and in the Broadway corridor. When we first opened up, we were just east of Canby Street, and we felt the impacts of the Canada line. Here we are a decade later. We've moved to our current location in Broadway in Quebec. With this Broadway subway construction project was finally announced, we had some idea what to expect in terms of the impacts on our business. Notably reduced foot traffic, lack of parking, lack of access, and customers being very hesitant to drive to our business due to the lack of parking with the busy and ever-changing nature of the major construction project. We've experienced some of these issues this time around again. Foot traffic has dropped. We have constantly reassured our customers that they can reach us, but they need to leave extra time to navigate the construction area. And I guess the really major concern has been pointed out is the delivery of goods. If we can't get our product into our store, it is a problem. The only way to get it into the store is by having the delivery trucks park in front of the store to move the product through the front door. As has been pointed out by my daughter, there's no docking ports in the back of the store. Assistance from a financial program will go a long way in ensuring the small, independent, and intergenerational family-owned businesses such as ours make it through this large infrastructure projects that are going on. I think it would also help the city in achieving many of the goals and guiding principles that are set out in the new Broadway plan. You know, a diverse, robust economy. The plan notes that opportunities for small businesses like ours, such as our family, should be enhanced, and they should be continuous activity for ground floor service users type of thing. As has been noted by my daughter, we've seen businesses are building leave, and there's several sites vacant, so I can tell you such a program is vital not only to us, but also to our neighboring businesses. I just want to thank you for this time and express my support for any assistance that can be brought and help that can come to business owners here in the corridor. I'm available for any questions if council members have any.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to this item, Bill. There are no questions, but we do appreciate hearing from you.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
You too. Next on the list, I'm just checking my list here. Next on the list, we have speaker number 8, Nathan Davidovich.
Hello?
Hi there. We can hear you, Nathan.
Oh.
Please go ahead.
Oh, you can hear me okay? Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Chair and members of council. The reason we are here is because things have changed over the years. Most of you know or remember the late Don Bellamy. He was a councillor for 23 years. Back in the early 1980s, he was appointed to the 86 committee that was in charge of getting the Expo line built for the 1980s, for Expo 86, of course. And so we don't have the same process now, and that's part of the whole problem, you know. Don Bellamy, of course, he knew transit very well. He was a former employee of BC Electric, and he actually gave me the nickname of Mr. Buzzer for the weekly transit newsletter that was on the buses, and TransLink, of course, cut that print newsletter. So now I publish it online every week as the weekly alternative buzzer. We need the same political committee now for the Broadway subway. Staff are not able to help the businesses, to help the pedestrians, to help the transit riders. I went to the community office at 1212 West Broadway a few times. They are unable to do anything. They want me to talk to the Spanish contractor, to TransLink, to Coast Mountain Bus Company, to the City of Vancouver Rapid Transit Office. None of these agencies or staff are able to help my concerns and suggestions. They don't want to do anything. They just want to do things their way. The City of Vancouver does not have an agreement with the province. TransLink does not build any rail transit. How about compensating also, in addition to the businesses, also the bus riders for all the inconvenience and misconnections and transfers because of the never-ending movement of bus stops? In Boston, they provide free bus service on individual bus routes. So why not provide fare-free bus service for number 9 and number 99? and also return the number 17 Oak Bus back to Broadway. Some medical, appointments are being missed, and some of the riders, it takes them almost up to 20 minutes to get to their medical buildings on Broadway or 8th Avenue. And, this is really inconvenience for many. We're talking about thousands of riders every day along Broadway. It's the number, I presume, the number 3 corridor after Granville Mall is number 1, Hastings is number 2, and Broadway is number 3. So unless the city initiates proper consultation, nothing will be done till 2026, and that's the new date for the opening of the Broadway subway. It will not be 2025 as advertised. So there is extra time and extra delays and extra inconvenience for thousands and thousands of people. And, I support Councillor Hardwick's motion, but we should add some more things into it and try to work out some arrangement with the provincial government who are really in charge of this project. Thank you very much for your hearing me.
Thank you very much, Nathan. There's no questions, but we do appreciate you calling in tonight. Okay, so I'm going to go back through the speakers list. I'm going to call on speaker number 4, Teresa Frazo.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can. You have 5 minutes. Please feel free to start
Wonderful.
when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm Teresa Frazeo. I'm the owner of Rath Art Supplies at 2412 Main Street at 8th Avenue. We opened 34 years ago. I've been the owner for about 4 years. And I just wanted to say that I'm also in support of some financial support helping businesses affected by the Broadway SkyTrain project. I think we should always have infrastructure projects like this. There should be funds for these kinds of projects because when this construction is happening out in front of our businesses, as all the other speakers have mentioned, we're the ones who are paying the cost. This has already happened once during the construction of the Canada Line. Businesses with long histories in the area were forced to close their doors, and it's happening again. It's happening in my neighborhood, and it's happening to my business. Last summer, we had the sewer relocation in front of our store. It was supposed to take 2 months, but it lasted 4 months. It was a total of 117 days. We had no parking. There was very restricted traffic flow in the neighborhood. We experienced a serious loss of customers and revenue during that time. Customers had nowhere to park. There were times when there was only one lane going through in either direction, and traffic was so backed up all the way up Main Street that people just avoided the area entirely. And I know even for myself, trying to get to my own business, I took Fraser Street because I couldn't get through Main fast enough. Customers repeatedly told me that they tried to come to the store, but had to abandon their trip and often went to competitors instead. And I'm sure that continues to hurt us to this day as they found other sources for things that they previously relied on us for. It was especially difficult for us because we provide large-scale custom panels and canvases for local artists, and it's an integral part of our business. It sometimes takes 2 people to carry them. If there are multiple pieces in an order and there's nowhere to park or even stop for a moment, it's impossible for customers to deal with us. Even we don't have a back alley. The back of our store faces Kingsway because we're in the Triangle building, and there's no designated loading zone. My customers were parking with their hazards on near the back door between a bus stop and a crosswalk, and bus drivers were honking at us, and we had no other choice. That was how we were doing our loading and unloading. Our business deliveries as well. We have regular deliveries of lumber and also products for resale, including rolls of canvas that are up to 150 pounds. And this isn't something you can park 2-3 blocks away and carry over. We lost about $300 a day during those 4 months. It's probably even a higher average because our business was actually doing really well despite COVID. We were increasing steadily over the years. I kind of took a more average revenue just to be able to provide a reasonable estimate, but it's anywhere between 30,000 minimum to 60,000 for that 4-month period. Yeah, I had savings as well, just for emergencies, and in my personal bank account that I've had to use over this past year. I'd never had to use it before, and I mean, even with COVID, when we were closed for about 2 months and did front door pickups only, that was very hard in our business, but we actually lost more money because of the construction than we did for this whole time during COVID. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I did have representatives from the Broadway SkyTrain project regularly check in with us, and at one point said, you know, that I couldn't say for sure that my loss in revenue was because of the construction, that maybe it was due to COVID. But I know that on the very day that parking was restored, our average was back up, and you know, we've continued to recover some of that revenue. But overall, the area is still, you know, quite slowed, and I can only imagine what the people on Broadway are going through because we're just off Main. But it's still an area that I continue to hear people say that they avoid entirely. And one of the most infuriating things during that period was that there were 3 lanes of traffic in the middle of the street that were taken up pretty much just from as far as my neighbors could tell, with trucks that were parked there that belonged to the workers. It was a parking lot, so our customers had nowhere to park, but workers were parking their trucks there all day long, and there was no activity happening in the Meridian. I know that the Meridian had been taken apart for this construction, and it will be reinstated at some point, and I know that when that construction happens, I have to prepare myself for some loss in business revenue again. And yeah, I'm also in the same boat as the owner of the dollar store who spoke earlier, going to my bank, trying to find financial resources to help us cover this time. I don't have a lot of time left either to suffer these losses.
Okay, Teresa, sorry, that is the end of your time.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Well, it's very good to hear from you. I just had one quick question, but there's a random beeping in the council chambers. We just have to find the source. Just a moment.
Okay.
Great. I just have a couple of questions. You mentioned now that the cover, the area that your business is in is now still under construction, but the sort of the cut and cover piece is now covered back up. Do you feel like there's more that can be done on the city side to let the public know that that the construction is shifted, calm down, businesses are more accessible, and just to invite that type of traffic back into the area?
Well, I guess that may help. I know that they did have some communication in that regard. I'm not sure that it did help. Like I said, I can only rely on the information that I'm hearing anecdotally from my customers, friends, my own contacts, and my own experience through the neighborhood is that it's still difficult to get through the area. It's just, and I think just, yeah, I just have heard over and over again that people just avoid the area. People don't want to go down Broadway. And yeah, that section between where we are at Main and Broadway was quite bad for, at least for that period of time. It was almost impossible to get through.
Okay, that's helpful. That further clarifies. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions and all the questions you have tonight, but we appreciate you calling in.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Next, we have speaker number 6, Tara Shayegan.
Speaker number 6 is not on the line.
Thank you. So that does actually bring us to the end of our speakers list. So thank you very much to all the speakers who called in and also came into chambers to speak to this motion. Council, I'll move us to a main queue. I see there's 2 councillors on the queue. I'll move us to a main queue, and it was Councillor Fry and then Councillor Kirby Young. So any discussion? Councillor Fry.
Submitted an amendment to the clerk.
Thank you. We'll just pull that up and move us over to an amendment Q1.
just going to, reflect a general observation, and I know that there's, that this is not entirely the city's role, and that we are junior partners in this project. However, we did really clearly, the last council articulated a lot of commitments to this not being a cut and cover project. And we took some sort of responsibility and ownership of that in pushing through with the Broadway subway project. And indeed, the Broadway subway project is largely a bored tunnel, but as we see from these particular intersections where there is cut and cover going on, it's incredibly disruptive to the businesses. So under section 396E of the Vancouver Charter, we actually do have taxation exemption tools. And in asking with staff to report back on exploration, I think that we should look at what we have in our toolbox, which includes 396E of the Charter, to pursue any possible remedy under the revitalization tax exemption.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Looking for any further discussion before we move to a vote? And seeing none, we will call the vote.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm just sending in one additional clause.
Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young, we're actually in the middle of a vote.
Oh, I thought you just asked me to go. I'd already voted. I thought that's completed.
Oh, we're not registering your vote. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. So that motion, Councillor Kirby-Young, I'm sorry, but we do need your camera on in order to register you as present and have voted.
It should be on. I'm sitting right in front of my screen on my laptop. I don't know why it's not going on.
Perhaps Councillor Hardwick had a challenge like this, just to disconnect and reconnect. This happened yesterday to another councillor. It was very strange. So if you could just disconnect and reconnect, that would be great. Or find a way to solve that. Okay, so that motion does pass unanimously. So we will move back to the main queue. And Councillor Kirby-Young, I do see you have video back on, so thank you very much. I'll advance you next on the queue. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I sent in an additional amendment. Sorry, I'm having some computer issues here. If you want to move us to an amendment queue, I can speak to it, and I'm just going to send some updated language here.
Okay.
While I'm talking, sorry, I'm having computer issues.
Please, we're in an amendment queue now. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, I've sent it in, and so if the clerk can just look at the last email that I'm sending as I'm speaking, and it's really an additional clause recognizing that the role here is really that of the province is the one that both funds the major infrastructure projects like this, but also determines the nature of the construction and the construction schedule. And even the examples that were given in this motion from the City of Montreal were actually there's slightly different governments there because the city has responsibility over the transportation, similar to TransLink, which City of Vancouver does not. And so really looking to try to laser in here in terms of where the relief could best and probably most effectively come from. And so it's actually it's actually not this one, staff. So you should have gotten an additional last email from me. If you could just use that one, please.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. So there is an updated, so we need to change the one on the screen, which the clerks are doing right now, but you can.
Yeah, so I'll just speak to it quickly while they're doing that. This is an additional clause that recognizes the role of the province and where the most effective relief, I think, could come from. And while the clerks are bringing it up, it says further that council requests the mayor to write to the province requesting the exploration of options to provide relief to commercial properties affected in the cut and cover locations along the Broadway subway corridor, including but not limited to developing a program similar to that of the City of Montreal's financial assistance program for businesses affected by major construction. And so that is proposed as an additional clause to what is currently sitting there.
Great, thank you. We just need to take a few seconds here to upload that newer version that was just emailed in. Councillor Carr to the amendment.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll support the amendment. I had circulated, as some of you may have seen, a similar amendment, but I'm happy to just not table that and support this one, which has a bit more detail in it. Certainly, I heard very clearly through this discussion that we must work with the province. It's impossible for us to do any compensation or provide support without the province, either enabling it through the charter or providing the financial assistance. But for us to push hard for that assistance, I think, is really what this is getting at. And so I will support.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. And seeing no one else on the queue, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm just hoping to clarify, because there were a few emails, that what we're seeing on the screen in the amendments to the first clause and the addition of the second clause is what we're voting on.
Right.
I'm not making any changes to the second clause. It should just be the addition of a new clause, which is the last email.
Yes, bear with us for a second, and I'll just check with
Yes,
the clerk.
totally. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Boyle, and to the rest of councillors, what is on the screen now is what we'll be voting on.
Okay, great. I'll just speak to it also to say I'm happy to support for all the reasons folks have said. I actually thought the addition of exploring consideration of deferral was an interesting suggestion in the first part, but because the language already is asking staff to look at options, I'm comfortable leaving it, and certainly happy to support this. And thanks to Councillor Kirby and Councillor Carr, and all the kind of teamwork that's going into these amendments.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I just submitted an amendment to the amendment, and it's really just...
I'll just move us over to an amendment Q2, and please go ahead.
It's really just the addition of the Broadway Subway Project Corporation. That is an actual entity that is tasked with doing this work, and I know from some of my experience, and I'm sure some of our speakers have tried to get through to the Broadway Subway Project Corporation because they are on title as the sort of ones who should be doing some of this mitigation work. And so I think it would be helpful to include them in this conversation and ask.
Thank you. I'm happy to, if I can just pass the chair briefly, Vice Chair Fry, I'd like to comment. I appreciate this amendment to the amendment, because it is, for me, what we're hearing is the coordination and communication ongoing with the Broadway Subway project, and having government to government speak to one another may not actually get to some resolution for what's happening on the ground. And I think the trucks being parked in customer parking and things like that are just the day-to-day things that can actually add salt on the wound of what's a much bigger conversation that needs to be had with the province. So what I hope to see by this amendment, it's inferred by staff that daily responsiveness and checking in with the businesses and figuring out what are those pain points, and really leaning in and being an advocate for those businesses with the weight of the city behind our city staff to make sure that we're not having to have customers of businesses sparring off with Broadway Subway project construction workers. That's just not a great situation for anyone to be in. So I think we can do our very best to facilitate a more productive outcome in some of those day-to-day situations. So I'm happy to support. And with that, I'm not seeing anyone else on the queue. We'll go to a vote. We're voting on the amendment to the amendment, what's highlighted on the screen.
Chair, I'll take a vote assistant in favor, please.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And that motion passes. We just need to register Councillor Dominato's vote, please. Thank you. And that vote passes with none in opposition. We'll move back to Amendment Q, and the amended amendment.
So while I have the floor, Chair, I do have a second amendment.
I will give you the floor, just one moment. So this is your amended amendment, Councillor Kirby-Young, so we need to vote on the final amendment first.
Okay.
Okay, so seeing no other discussion, we'll go back to the voting panel to vote on the amended amendment.
Again, Chair, I'll take a vote assistance in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato? And that motion passes with none in opposition. So we're going to move back to the main queue. And yes, Councillor Kirby Young, you do have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I have one additional simple amendment to the first clause, which I've just emailed in, and it's simply the addition of two words that appear in green there, so that it would read, including relaxation or deferral of business property taxes, just to be explicit about potential different tools that the city may have within its ability to use, and I thought it was important to note that as one option.
Thank you very much. So I've moved us to an amendment queue. If anybody would like to add any discussion to this amendment, seeing none, we'll move to a vote. So this is a vote on adding or deferral to the existing first resolution. Councillor Dominato? Councillor Dominato, we need your vote.
A vote assistance in favor.
Okay, that's a vote assist in favor. Thank you very much. And that motion passes with unanimous support. Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby Young, you still have the floor.
I'll cede for now, thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Fry.
Yeah, we're closing on this now? Yeah.
Closing on the amended motion.
Yeah, and I just appreciate the speakers and sharing some of the.
Chair, I'll take.
I'll forgive that rude interruption from the, no. So I do want to thank the speakers for joining us and sharing the struggle that they're really dealing with. And I do want to underscore that we really are, as the city, junior partners in this. We're not driving the train, so to speak, pun intended. But it is the Broadway Subway Project Corporation that really has a lot of the wheels and levers here. That being said, I've personally had to intervene on a number of occasions where, if, for instance, I'm thinking about an animal clinic that's at Broadway in Quebec, and they hadn't put up sound barriers, and they've got sick animals in a hospital, and they hadn't kind of intuitively thought, we should put up sound barriers here, and then the clinic staff had to ask, and anyway, it should have been more thoughtful, and we had to lean in as a city. So having said that, and that it's not entirely our responsibility per se, we do have a responsibility to the residents and businesses of our city. And I think Mr. Sentival said it well when he said that what we could do is join the fight. Now, it's not a fight in the sense that this is a really great city building asset that we're developing here, and we're lucky to get a subway of this caliber. But we certainly could do more to advocate for our residents, and in particular our businesses that are really struggling. May, I've been to your store many times and done little pickups for stuff here that we're doing at City Hall, and I appreciate that you're there. And I'm really sorry to hear that you're struggling so badly. So, and I'll definitely make a point to pop by Greens and do a little shopping. But I think we can do more as a city to support, and I appreciate this motion, and thank you, Councillor Hardwick, for putting it forward, and obviously for our staff coming back with some recommendations and getting on what we can do to help. That's it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Thanks. I just want to echo Councillor Fry's thanks to the speakers who came to share their experiences, both online and in person. It's always good to see people in chambers. It really helps to get the actual details and the impacts, not only on the owners, but the workers, and the fragility in terms of the future, the longer that this goes on. So I really have to emphasize the urgency of moving on this. I know our staff are, really stretched with everything they've got on their plate, but there is an urgency to help out these store owners who've come through such a difficult time with COVID, only to see some recovery, and then the cut and cover process, which I saw on Canby Street, was disastrous for business owners. For me, it's in the context also of government does step in when something happens, as we've seen, for example, with the forest fires that that destroyed a whole town, and the federal government just yesterday announcing a huge amount of money to rebuild that town. When something happens to people that is not of their doing, but in fact, in this case, is very specifically because of a project that is funded by government, senior government in particular, then it really makes sense that they would ensure that people and businesses aren't harmed by that activity that's going on. So thank you for bringing forward the motion, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. It is heartbreaking to hear some of the stories because these are real businesses and real people that are really suffering through this process and suffering the loss. And time really matters. And so while I think it will in the future, Broadway will be a great street and business should actually go up, we actually need the businesses to still be there and survive. We don't want them to be casualties of the process. And I think that we're very hopeful that the lessons learned from the Canada line would help to mitigate, there's that word that was commented on earlier, but help to limit the impact on those small businesses. And clearly there's a number of them that are really feeling it. And it's very challenging to hear the stories. While I appreciate hearing the firsthand experience, it's very challenging to hear the stories of people who have used up all of their savings or are not able to get financing from the bank. And this clock starts to run out, and the only alternative means that they can't keep their doors open, literally. So I do think that we need to look at what those options are, whether it is things that the city could do more expeditiously, so that don't require significant charter changes like deferral, and still advocate vociferously, which is really where the advocacy needs to go, to the province to provide a type of relief fund, as has been referenced as one example. But I think that that's important. So hopefully staff can look at it in that perspective and potentially break up the work, because doing something like a deferral of property taxes for businesses in the defined affected areas might provide that short-term immediacy that allows people to stay in their premises while we're advocating more longer term to the province, which I suspect will take it a little bit more time. But I do really appreciate hearing from all the speakers and having them share your experiences of what's really going on and what it's really like day to day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. And if I may just put myself on the queue and vice chair, if I can give you the floor or the chair. I just want to add a few comments and echo the comments of my colleagues and also acknowledge Councillor Hardwick for bringing the motion forward. It's been an interesting process, to say the least, to be engaged with Greens, who sort of really started this campaign. And I just want to acknowledge, the advocacy that that T has taken on behalf of many businesses in the area. And we've had many conversations, and one that stands out is around the future mitigation as this subway line goes all the way to UBC. And so, I think their expectations are realistic, and that is that to join the advocacy and add our voices to the voices of local businesses, because they employ thousands and thousands and thousands of local residents in our city that we cannot see become unemployed at this particular time with COVID, of course, and COVID recovery. And I think we just need to recognize that the inherent value that these businesses hold in our city as an employer, and also serving local residents. We want people to be able to stay in their communities and be able to shop at local grocery stores and get their needs met. And we need to be sure that in the 3 or 4 years that this subway construction is going to happen, and then further all the way to UBC, we're looking at many years of needing to engage with businesses and ensure that through as a conduit, let's say, with the province and any of the iterations of the Broadway subway project, that we continue to ensure that the least amount of harm comes to the businesses that are along that corridor, particularly. And yeah, just hearing from Tia about identifying what are those best practices and what can we do to mitigate the impacts on businesses in a significant way, in a meaningful way. And I think there's a reasonable ask coming from businesses to be heard and also to get that response. So like Councillor Carr said, we know our staff are working with an immense workload, and I do hope that the work that we put into this motion now will be work that will benefit in the long run over the years in supporting learning from what are some of the impacts to businesses now and how can we learn from that as we move forward. So yeah, I look forward to hearing back on where this motion goes. So thank you very much to the speakers to come and share your stories. It's very important that we hear exactly how things are landing for you in your day-to-day. That's all for me. So if I'll take back the chair, Vice Chair Fry. Thank you very much. And seeing no one else on the queue, we can go to a vote.
Chair, I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. And that motion passes with unanimous consent. So thank you very much, Council. That brings us to the end of our agenda. That concludes item 13 on the agenda. And we will now, so the standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete, and we'll now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting. And as Deputy Mayor for the month of June, I'm happy to chair that portion of the meeting as well. So we will now reconvene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's convened standing committee on City Finance and Services meeting. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Bligh in the chair. Mayor Stewart is on a leave of absence. Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova is not here. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
I'm present.
Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Deputy Mayor Bligh.
Thank you very much. So we need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for items 11 to 13.
So moved.
Thank you. I heard Councillor Carr and seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. All those in favor say yay.
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 Any opposed?
Yay.
The motion carries unanimously. Would someone like to move a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
I heard Councillor Hardwick and then Councillor Kirby Young seconded. Thank you very much. All those in favor?
Yay.
Any
Yay.
opposed?
Yay.
This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, Council. Have a good night.
We're done.